participate with everybody within the community that has the same, that's looking to achieve the same goal. So one of the goals is to try to make sure that we replaced our village manager. And then also we're looking to make sure that this mayor is only a one-term mayor. Also, we are looking to make sure that our community is striving and growing and doing well in the right direction and not the way it's going right now. There's a lot of possibilities, a lot of things here for us that we want and that we know we can see and that needs changing. So that's the overall, those are the goals that we're trying to achieve. So our guest speaker is Vivian Covington. Reached out to her. She is not on yet, which I don't see her on. She is not on yet, but I will leave it open for anyone else to start off the conversation. I know there has been a lot of correspondence and newsletters that went out about different things that's going on. So if someone wants to speak on that, that'd be great. You can also, if you have comments or statements or questions, please make sure if you're able to use the raise your hand button so I can see that you have a question. And those that are on the telephone, I know you're unable to do that. So when nobody is speaking, then you can also chime in and say something at that time. Who's at the, let me see another screen. Okay, so we're gonna start off there. I see someone that has the last telephone number of 2671. Do you want to introduce who you are so I can change the title on your screen, or do you want to leave it as that? It's up to you.
You're muted.
What they can unmute if they want. Who's ever the last digits at 2671. So if you want to chime in, when you chime in, please announce yourself so I can adjust the screen so we all know who's speaking. So I will leave it up to there. So do anyone wants to start off the conversation? How we're waiting on our guests to attend.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Is Vivian coming on this evening, did you say to speak on the existing problems you're having here in University Park? Is that the reason why she's on?
She's on to, like I said, for us to see what she's doing over at CCC as well, and what she's working on, where we can all, and what we're working on to make sure that if we can collaborate, when we are all working together, we can actually become more effective when we have a bigger audience, we have a bigger team doing the exact same thing instead of all of us working on this person doing this and this person doing that. If we could try to see how we could work together. Also, she's going to be on to answer questions that any residents have that they have, and listen to whatever comments that they want to say. It's just open discussion like we normally have. So if you have things that you want to bring out or questions that you have to her that she might be helpful for, or any of the other people that's on, we have former Mayor Al McCowan is on. We have former village managers on, which is John Pate. I see him. We have former trustee Elbert Shaw. He was a village manager. Algernon Penn, he was a trustee. Let me see who else. David Savier, he was a finance director / village manager for a point. So we have a lot of people that's on the call that can answer some questions that we have in regards to some of the things that we're going through.
I see we're going to have a very informative evening with the guests that you have gathered with us this evening. I guess my only question would be is that where are we now with not necessarily ostracizing the village manager, but basically just getting her out of the system? And what are the plans for the mayor? I know we had mentioned before that a petition would be signed or sent out for the residents of University Park could sign, because this is unheard of, not unheard of, but wow, there is no way that this mayor or village manager should even be at the desk now. They should have been gone for all the things I've heard. Now, some of these things I guess could be rumors, because I don't know and I don't investigate into all of those, but I would think everybody would be lying on these two. But back to the question, where is the petition to oust the mayor?
Well, I don't think it was a petition out there to oust the mayor. I mean, the mayor is.
No,
Oh.
but there one was going to be, I think it was one of the trustees that was on the verge of making one out, so we could sign a petition.
Right. Now, that was Trustee Jenkins that stated that's what she wanted to do. She is not on the call, and I do not have an update on that status. I do know that her and Trustee Brooks have sent a letter to the village manager asking for her to resign, and they're not on the call to give an update on that. I can't answer that for you, but that is something that she did state. So they did take that first step of sending in a letter for resignation, and that was also copied to the mayor and trustees. Maybe if they joined, then they'll be able to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Donna.
You're welcome. But there is something, I know it's something that I was talking to Mildred about, and she sent some information about the new law they're trying to pass in May, where for those which is the Illinois state government is trying to pass, where they are saying that for elected officials that have had criminal actions they wanted them to be able to be, what is this? Oh, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, hope you can hear me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna she was saying that you wanted to speak on that, so I wanted to make sure I bring it up.
This is Senate Bill 3460 that has bipartisan support in the state legislature. It is a bill that is dedicated and pointed toward corrupt activity by elected officials. And the reason why it was put together is that at the state level, they have remedies for state officials in terms of how they can be removed for criminal behavior. However, at the local level, the municipal level, there is no law that can be done that's on the books right now as a remedy for local government to do the same. And so just to give you some backdrop, there was some malfeasance by an elected official in Winnebago County near Rockford who took a ton of money, and he's still in office and they could not get him out. So what leaders across the state, both Democrat and Republican, came up with a draft saying it didn't matter if you were indicted, didn't matter if you were convicted, but it even if you're arrested, that those boards, those layers of government can have the opportunity to kind of move that elected official off that particular layer of government. And right now, where the law stands, it's sitting right now, waiting to be introduced during the May veto session. So this is something that's probably going to happen probably in the spring session in May. But basically, in terms of what's been happening at the local level, there's a lot of people who really feel some kind of way about folks who are not adhering to the law, and at very worst are doing some very horrible things within their towns, within their boards of government. So it's Senate Bill 3460. Now, what I do think how that can apply to University Park or any other legislative body locally is that I think that, for example, here in University Park, the Board of Trustees obviously have nothing to do with that bill, but they can publicly stand behind that bill by putting a resolution to be voted on by the Board of Trustees, acknowledging that they understand that bill's in the legislature and they can offer their support. And so And what that does is set the tone and raise the bar in terms of what type of behavior or how they seek to kind of insulate themselves from any type of problem that might happen on the Board of Trustees. And I think that's probably a good first step that they might want to take. As I've talked to some community folks over the last couple of weeks, the other thing I said too is that the reason why some of this stuff happened with the village manager is because the village is not adhering to any type of best practices. Best practices basically means that the governing body itself has determined how they are going to govern themselves, what they are going to do as a body, what they're not going to allow in terms of any type of rogue behavior. And so the Board of Trustees can, one, put an ethics ordinance in place to talk about that they're going to institute best practices. That would be involving any potential training that they might want to go through, that each layer of representation in the village, from the mayor down to the Board of Trustees, down to department heads, and down to employees. It's a training, it's a set of training modules that they can go through, that they would sign off on, that they've gone through the training and acknowledging that they understand what the ethics and best practices training actually means for the village. And so anyone who comes in after that and basically violates that, then there's punitive costs for that person. And it's up for the Board of Trustees to determine how severe those penalties should be. Should that be removal from the board, or somebody should lose their job, or somebody should be prosecuted? They can lay all those terms out. And so this is what has to happen, because if it was in place, clearly in place, there was no way, one, that the village manager would have done that without board approval, like she shouldn't have done. And number two, it would have clearly stated what the penalties would have been. And for me, it's not her resigning. That's a fireable offense. There's no distinction here. That is a fireable offense. It is already understood that this is violation of the ordinance. This is violation of gift ordinances within the state of Illinois in terms of how public money is distributed like that. And the fact that she acknowledged that, one, there was no donor, because if there had been a donor, a private donor, there's certain disclosures that the donor has to give the village when they actually give money to the village and to local municipalities. Also, too, the fact that she agreed that she did not tell the truth, she should have been fired immediately. That's nothing that you ask someone to consider to walk away from the job. I kind of use the idea that if you have a store and you went to go serve a customer, and another customer came in and went behind the cash register and got their hands on the cash register, but you somehow stop that person from leaving the store and close the door, and you call the police, I don't think the police is going to give them 2 weeks to turn themselves in. I don't think the police is going to ask them to reconsider. There is a go straight to jail, no get out of free jail card until they're adjudicated by the criminal justice system, and they're adjudicated by a judge. So again, and I don't want to take up all the time talking about it, but there are remedies to be put in place that the Board of Trustees can actually do.
Right.
And that's one of them in terms of a resolution for Senate Bill 3460.
Okay, we definitely gonna keep an eye on that, because that's something that I know is needed across the state of Illinois, just in general with some of these communities. Mr. Shaw, you had your hand up.
Yes, this ethics issue is a huge one. And when I was manager, I had put in place several protocols, standard operating procedures to protect both the board and the residents against malfeasance by any employee. All of the employees adhered to them under penalty of the disciplinary policy. And when I left, all those SOPs miraculously disappeared. So that by the time Mr. Pate became village manager, he was on his own.
Go ahead, David Sevier. I see your hand up.
Sorry about that. I was muted. But the biggest thing about that is I know for a fact that that is a misdemeanor based on the amount of money that she took. And I know when this current mayor was sitting as a trustee, they actually prosecuted an employee for taking $500. So it's amazing to me how you would allow a village manager in a meeting to admit that they took the money without board approval, which is theft, and you turn around and say, "Oh well, you know, we're disappointed in you." That is absolutely ridiculous to me, and and then they get suspended with pay. That is amazing to me when you would go after an employee for $500, but you wouldn't go after the village manager for taking money. And actually, that employee took the $500 and spent it on staff of the village. You took the money and gave yourself money to spend on yourself. So it's amazing to me how that could occur without any repercussions.
Yeah.
Agree. And so for that, go ahead. Who's that?
I got a question, Robin.
Go ahead, Robin.
So, so what would have needed to happen, David? Could anybody just had called the police, or does it have to be the mayor or the board? I mean, who?
Her immediate bosses is the board of trustees. They are the one who are in charge of determining her disciplinary action, determine whether or not she's hired, fired, terminated, or anything else. No one else in the village has that type of authority. That authority is left with the board of trustees. Now, could someone have made a complaint? Sure, but the board of trustees, it still comes back to the board of trustees saying they are yay.
So the police could do nothing, basically. Like one of us couldn't call.
Well, if you had a truly independent police department, yes, an investigation could have been done. If you truly had an independent police department over there, an investigation, someone could have filed a charge, an investigation could have been done. Yes.
What do you mean by a truly independent police department?
You can't have you have to have a individual who is not afraid to do their job, who don't feel as if their job is dependent on 4 votes. You can't be afraid to lose your job in order to do your job. And a lot of people are afraid to do their job because they're afraid of losing their job. So I would turn a blind eye not to put myself in a situation of losing my job.
I think it was pretty courageous, and she acted independently of Chief Wilson to go ahead and pursue this lady. Well, I'm getting my stories mixed up. I got so many stories in my head, but I just look at the actions of Chief Wilson and how she's pretty courageous, and she goes after the bad guy. So are you saying that she's not independent?
I'm not calling anybody independent. What I'm saying is if you were not afraid to lose your job and you did your job, it would not be a problem. It does not take a year to discover the fact that money has been stolen from the village. The minute the word stolen is used, and there should have been an investigation done. So I don't understand the issue. I don't understand why it wasn't done. Because regardless of the level of or the position that the person is in, if theft is truly put out there and it's truly acknowledged that the individual stole something, investigation needs to be done.
I think I'm a little bit confused because the way this board is operating is really confusing all of us. You have a chief who does a pretty dynamic job. You have a mayor who is not doing a good job. You have a village manager who is doing anything and everything that she wants. And then you have a board that is just, you only have 2 that is actively involved in trying to be an advocate for this village. So you have 4 other trustees that are completely sitting there. So how does a person go up against the mayor, the village manager, and 4 trustees. I mean, let's be a little empathetic. You know, can you empathize? How does that work?
Well,
That's,
what I would do is I
and
would
you
I
know
would
what? And I
ask.
gotta say this. That's how come I love having, and I invited a wealth of knowledge. We're talking about former Mayor Al McCowan and all of the others and the village managers and things, you know, that has served here in University Park. But how do you function?
I
We're
will
all
I would defer to Al McCowan, Mayor Al McCowan, and have him explain to you how he did something when he found out about the misfeasance that was going on at the village during his term.
And then Pate is back on too, because since he was an actual officer, I was gonna ask him how can we go and actually file a complaint and have them to do something? What would be that process as far as the police getting involved with that?
Okay, so those are 2 questions. I see Elba Shaw had a question. Is it a question or a comment to what they asked?
I was going to answer the question of Ms. Walker.
Okay.
The point of engagement for any type of malfeasance by officials that are that high in the pecking order would be the state's attorney's office.
Okay.
They will receive complaints from residents. Now they'll be looking for firm evidence before they will react or bring any charges or anything, but that would be the point of contact.
Okay, so not the local police, but the state's attorneys.
Absolutely not. You don't know in a local government, you have no idea how deep corruption may go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
Go
like,
ahead.
as far as to just go file a complaint and actually, because don't they have to show you at the police station that they've actually done their due diligence and followed up and all of that?
Well, why should they?
Okay.
They are employed. There are employees of people who may not have their best interests in heart. So why would they? That's why you would go to the state's attorney. It is a higher level of law enforcement.
Okay. John, do you feel like answer the question that Robin had asked in regards to what would it be if a resident was to go and say, I'm filing a complaint, this person has stolen money. Right.
Yeah, against Village Manager E. How would I be able to do that?
I mean, I defer, as Mr. Shaw stated, typically complaints in regards to malfeasance and misappropriation of funds. Those are matters that are typically referred to specifically to University Park, the Will County State's Attorney's Office. So whatever allegations you have, they can be documented in writing and given to the Will County State's Attorney's Office. And, they have the responsibility to look into those allegations. If that's requesting financial records through subpoenas, if that's interviewing employees, if that's actually going and conducting interviews, that's really where it goes. And I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think University Park has been very much in the radar of the Will County State's Attorney's Office and local, state, and federal authorities. I think these things take time. As a law enforcement professional, I've seen investigations of public officials last for years before they're actually resolved. I've never seen a public official be charged with a crime in a very quick manner unless it's something that's very blatant, very obvious, or it's like a forcible felony or a crime against a person like a battery, a death, a murder, or something like that. When you're looking at financial crime and you're looking at malfeasance and misappropriation of funds, those things take time. And it also takes collaboration because the Will County State's Attorney's Office cannot initiate investigations that are concurrently being worked on by the FBI or any other federal agency. So it takes collaboration amongst the various law enforcement entities at the county, state, and federal level. So there may be collaboration. There's lots of different things that may be going on. So just because you see an action and nobody going to jail doesn't mean there's no active investigation. I believe in my heart there's a full-fledged and active investigation. When I was village manager, I've had multiple interviews with the FBI in regards to the conduct in University Park and financial records and various different things being reviewed and requested by the FBI. So the thing is being taken care of. I just think it's not moving in the pace that residents want. And I think these things really take time.
Okay.
Well,
Mr.
that's
Al McCowan,
exactly-
could you, hold on, Al McCowan, can you respond to also what was stated that what happened when you were in, when a situation like that occurred? What is the process? I see your hand is up.
I will, but I want to expand on the initial question that was asked of me. Yes, we did have a case that occurred when I was in office, and it actually moved rather quickly. And that's what I'm leading to. It moved quickly because myself as the mayor and the village manager at that time, Elbert Shaw, we jointly went to the state's attorney's office and they moved quickly. So what I'm about to say to you is this. There's two steps here, I think. One is if you're confident, if the village board and the mayor are your most immediate source to get the state's attorney's office to move quickly, they should be willing to go there immediately. Whatever number of trustees or in the mayor, if the mayor wants to be involved, that's the first step. If you have confidence that they will do the job. Now, if you're not able to get enough trustees, then I think the next strongest vehicle is not just one citizen, one resident, but a number of residents or citizens to sign some sort of a petition or notification outlining the complaint. And by the number that you can get, and you explain that we need immediate action, and if there's a trustee or two that will work with you on that, then they have that as a backup source to go to the state's attorney's office and ask for immediate action. I think those are the most effective ways to do this, not one individual or two persons.
Okay, Lolita, I see your hand is up.
I wanted to refer this to our former mayor McCowan and our village manager and et cetera, who have experience on the fact that 2 trustees is not enough on the board to even make any changes. We do know that if we get majority votes on the board from the trustees, and I can't understand why they can't see the majority of the board, they can make all these changes. They can make changes, but why isn't the majority of the board? I mean, I really do know why, but it's a shame. And as far as going back to that bill, can you reflect also, we're home rule, so accepting other policies and et cetera, we don't have to follow that, do we? And we had the opportunity as residents to do a recall petition and recall our candidates, but our residents aren't involved and our residents don't come out to even vote. How are you going to get them to sign a petition? Because you need X amount of signatures to recall. So, you know.
Okay, so that question was to the former mayors.
Mayor and
also the
village
managers.
managers.
So any of you all can respond. And then also after that, if Mr. Penn, you could respond to her in regards to the Senate bill, her question in regards to that.
Okay. You want me to respond now?
In whichever order that I just stated.
First of all, there's no recall bill for local elected officials. There's no specific legislation that is on the books or the state statute to do that. Give you a great case and example of what happened in Dalton several years ago, where they wanted to recall the mayor and they failed at it because what happens is that they want to make certain that the bar is set so high in order for a mayor or anybody to be recalled. Now, what can happen is this. If you want to go through the recall process, the State Board of Elections have you go through several things. One, they want to make certain that a referendum gets put on the ballot And then that referendum has to have 75% plurality of the folks who voted in the previous mayoral election, not just 75% of the people who voted, who signed the petition, but 75% of the people who voted in the previous mayoral election. That's the first high bar to get on the referendum, After that referendum, it goes to the ballot. And that ballot again has 75% of the people, it has a threshold of 75%. And for a lot of municipalities, that process is really archaic and very difficult to try to happen. That's why you don't see, for the most part, on the local level in terms of that happening. But as I stated before, what the Board of Trustees can do, and it's basically an individual conscience in terms of how they look at ethics legislation, best practices, and also how they basically support this Senate Bill 3461. Because if any particular elected official balks at basically supporting Senate Bill 3460, or balks at basically saying, I don't want ethics, an ethics ordinance, a best practices ordinance, or ethics legislation in my town, then it becomes questionable for them as to why they wouldn't. Why would not any elected official sign on to that? And so, in my opinion, if you are able to do those things, it puts a protective barrier around the government, because that's the way how they would self-govern themselves. They've signed on to these ordinances and this legislation to say that we want to see this in our community, and that includes me as an elected official. If I don't sign on to it, then it raises a whole lot of questions. But if the board enacts that, then basically it puts this protective barrier from all of the trustees for any type of rogue behavior, malfeasance, all of that. And the minute it happens, you can refer back to that ordinance and legislation that's in place. And if you have an evidentiary process that shows that, yeah, this person did this, then you have it dead in your hands to take this to the investigative arms of doing it, whether it be, the feds, whether it be the Illinois Attorney General's office or the Will County State's Attorney's office. You want to have that. And to me, the Board of Trustees should be willing to do this for the benefit of the residents, because the residents are the shareholders in this town. The residents and the homeowners are the shareholders in this town, because they're the ones who are paying taxes. They're the ones who are basically funding the government. They're the ones who are basically looking for the quality of life to be as best as it possibly can be. So those are the things they should do. And those things kind of help take care of themselves.
Okay. I see that Vivian Covington joined. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity, Vivian, to do your introduction. I did announce that you were the guest. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity to talk about some of the things that you and CCC is working on, and how we are, like I said, stated, we're trying to reach this certain goal to get things better here in University Park within our village, and also with our village, with the finance, the village manager and the mayor. So if you can join in, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize, I had an emergency earlier. Hi, everyone. The thing that University CCC is doing right now is a lot, shall I say. We have remodeled the facility. We have a lot of support down there now. We're working on this, how can I put this mess that's happening. We're aware of it. We have different committees that we have a social media committee, we have an accountability committee, and we're trying to ask the questions. We went to State's Attorney's office as well. They've been very, very helpful to us. They've assigned a person to us, which I gladly share with you. His name is Joshua, and I will put that, send that email to you, Donna, so you can share it with everyone. I'm very annoyed the fact that when we request, and everyone else has shared that, when you request the FOIA, you have 5 days to respond to that. Dee does that, and she knows that. She's the keeper of the record. She's a FOIA manager. and we aren't getting those 4 years back. So when I contacted Kwame's office, I told him that I'm very disturbed about it, and is this illegal? He said, yes, it is, because actually the village can be sued if they do not respond within the time limit that's given. Now, Dee says every time I sent 4 to her last week, immediately she responds and says that I do not have, that's fine, I need 5 more additional days. She has the right legally to come back and say that. However, she has to give me a reasonable explanation as to why she needs additional time. I told her that was not reasonable to me, or that wasn't legit. So guess what? You need to give me a reason why. That sounds like a personal administrative issue. You're not saying definitely why you can't give me an answer. So I CC the person that Kwame has assigned to me right away. And she got upset because they've also assigned an attorney to us with her. So she's not going to, she gets upset because she told me, I have to be specific in what you're asking me, Vivian, because you're always sicking people. I'm not sicking anyone on her. I'm going through the right procedures and what I'm supposed to do like Mr. Penn said, we're stakeholders. We have a right to know that. In the training that I had with IML, the stakeholders have everything to say with everything we do. You don't have the right to just think you can dictate to us. That's wrong, totally wrong. So we have a student right now, a college student, that is looking at every board meeting. We have 2 college students right now, and they're documenting and creating a database on all the things that they're voting on and who's voting on it and when they voted and what their votes are. So we're going to put that together also, and we'll have that at the end of the year. We've gone down to the Will County office and gathered a lot of data, paid a lot of money for different data, such as Miss Karen has never voted in University Park. She's been out here 14 years, and she voted once here. The rest of us been in Chicago. What and why, what they're doing, how they're doing it. And we got all the votes, who they voted, when they voted, how they voted. So we have a database going on various things that they're doing and not doing, so we can gather and report it. We've been reporting as well. And they're not happy because of the things that we're putting together. I'm just annoyed at it, and we have our meetings every second and fourth Saturday, as most of you guys know that's on this call. And we welcome anyone that would like to join as well. But something has got to be done about these things, and we're reporting them, and they are listening. And like Mr. Penn said, another thing I would like, we're trying to get together and say we'd like to see that there are limited times for a elected official to sit on the board. Term limits, as they say now, because Hazel Crest has it. I think Hazel Crest has it in Mayor Ford in Country Club Hills. I think they have it as well. I'm not sure, but I know for sure Dalton has it. And that needs to be put in place as well.
Okay.
Country Club Hills has it too.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Whoever that other person was, I didn't hear, but I let you have a chance. So you stated that Kwame's office have assigned you all, your group, an attorney. What do you mean by assign an attorney?
Well, it's an attorney that's working with Joseph with the Foyers, because they're telling them legal issues. I'm sorry.
So this is with the Foyers. And yes. Then you said you send whenever you all do not receive a Foyer, you all are compiling that and sending it to someone named Joshua or Joseph?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, Joshua, yes.
Joshua
Jones.
Joshua Jones at Kwame's office.
Yes.
And so what are they doing with it? They just holding on to it?
No, they have been responding to Dee and telling her, giving her different legal references is what she's doing wrong, and she cannot do this or whatever. So yes, and they are telling her, correcting her at the same time they're stacking up data against her.
Okay. And then also you said you have a couple of students that is working with you all, putting together a database of with how people vote. And what is the purpose of that? What's the usefulness of that?
Election time.
So to say, okay, you voted for this is the things you voted for.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's used for more to see how they voted, to use it as leverage during the voting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then someone else had a question. I don't know, somebody was saying something. Go ahead. Who was that that was about to speak?
It was, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was me. All I said was a couple of things I want to say, but all I said when she was talking about which communities had the term limits, she was correct, and it was Country Club Hills was the other community.
Right.
That's why they have a new mayor there now. But the other thing I wanted to, if you don't mind, there's a few things I was asked to get on this call, and the reason is it was explained to me some of the immediate problems that are happening in the village. There's a litany of things. The first thing I noticed when I was driving through town was that on Cicero Avenue, now they have some Carvana or something. And see, these are the kinds of things that are serious. If y'all please hear me. Many years ago, and Vivian and Al and Albert and Sharice, I see is on the line, and many of you, Millie and Lolita, remember back we had a plan for that land over there where Carvana is.
Yeah.
We spent over $50,000 for that plan from a grant. I think it was that amount of money, may have been more.
No,
Which developed.
We did it. We paid for it out of TIF funds.
Go ahead, Albert.
We paid for it out of TIF funds. It
Okay.
was an infrastructure project because it included an overpass over the railroad tracks.
Right. So my point is, we developed that plan. We presented that plan to the entire village. I don't know if everyone remembers this or not. We presented it to the village more than once. It was presented to the entire board. The board approved it. This is an approved long-term, because we were trying to protect the long-term viability of University Park and how it looked. That's the front door. I was heartbroken to drive through there and see that Carvana there, a big car lot, and all it's gonna do is serve cars around the nation.
Right.
That's heartbroken. There's no way that plan should have been approved without it coming before the village and the village board. You see, that sort of thing is what destroys communities, period. It destroys the long-term viability of the community. The next thing there was another thing that was addressed that Lolita stated, which is quite accurate. It's hard to get something done in a town when you don't have enough trustee support. University Park is a home rule community. And Albert and Al, help me out if I get off track here. But what I think is, and if I remember correctly, the home rule communities have a lot of independent authority. They can vote in a lot of different ways. The only thing they can't violate, to my knowledge, is state statute.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
If there's state statute, they can't go against that. Other than that, the board can do a whole bunch of stuff. And so there are things happening in town that I hear about that's disturbing. Now, you got a couple of trustees that seem to be wanting to work and get things done, hopefully the right way. I think the right way. The way to get things done in town is you need more than just 2. You need at least 4. Now, it says to me, the village residents are going to have to start getting involved and start holding those trustees accountable, because it's going to be hard for you to do a recall, remove people from office, or fire the village manager if you only got 2 trustees, period. You can't get these things done without it. So I think you're going to have to start calling these other trustees out on how they're voting on things. And if it's in it, and you got to hold them accountable. And that's up to the community to do that.
Al, may I say something, Donna, right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
To piggyback on what Al said. Hi, Al. It's the fact that when they came with that on December 23rd, and it was Trustee Sonia Jenkins that really flipped out because she's really disturbed on it. And I called Trustee Theo Brooks and I asked him what was going on. He said, you know, my wife just asked me the same thing. And Al knows, we all know, you cannot do anything without board approval. You did not, and she asked a question and about, I said, was this did it run by the planning commission? Everybody knows that Albert used to be on the planning commission. No, she said no. Ernestine made the statement, no, I did not. I don't have to. You cannot take some land that was for 40 years, a farmland, and not have it rezoned and then you turn it to commercial. That within itself is illegal. She said nobody did that. It wasn't looked at for that. That is an eyesore. Al was talking about years ago, and that was they were thinking about doing homes off from the golf course there. They had a lot of different plans about what that development would be. But it's heartbreaking to me as well. That's an eyesore, because if that goes down, which it did in some state, and Carvana lost $400 million, and when that goes down, that's going to be a real eyesore for the village. That could have been a super great mall, which we were talking about doing many years ago and in my term as well. But, and like he said, I was on the planning and transportation committee. Nothing can be done overnight. I don't know how these deals are getting popped up and done. This is unreal to me. You have to have taxing bodies to be a part of certain things that happens in the village as well, and the stakeholders. There was no workshop done from Carvana. No one workshop was done to the village. He totally disrespected the whole village and the trustees. How did that get passed? David Savier wrote a long letter about that on Nextdoor. No answer was ever given as to who approved that. It was not the entire board, because Sonia and Theo didn't know anything about it, and they had construction working. It started. How
Mayor
is that
Covington?
happening?
Mayor Covington,
Yes, sir.
the worst part of all of that was that the land was zoned for commercial development. That is an industrial use that Carvana is engaged
Yes.
in. It should have required a special use permit. So it should
Yes.
have gone to the Plan Commission first.
Oh.
Right. That's what I said.
Mhm.
And it did. And she said on television, no. She asked, Sonia said, did it go through the planning commission? She said, no, it didn't have to. Oh, no.
So lie after lie piled on top of one another.
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's going to be so bad for us.
Right. And exactly what you all said about we need more than just the two. That's what we all agree with that. And that's the problem. He has the 4.
Yep.
It's just on the wrong side. We want the 4.
But it's more than just getting 4 trustees.
It's more, but at least he would
No.
have-
I'm going to say something a little bit different here.
Right.
It's more than just having 4 trustees lined up on either side of the issue. What it means is our trustees, and for the most part, our board of trustees as a body, does not understand process.
Right. Exactly.
That's what that means. There's a ceiling, a very low ceiling in terms of what they understand.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that, whenever talks about a special use permit, do they understand what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Do they understand who offers the permits?
Mm-hmm.
There was considerable questions about, who actually gave the permits. I heard it wasn't the fire department. It was
Nope.
Who was it, the mayor? Who gave the permits on that development? It was code enforcement.
For code enforcement, from my
Oh
understanding.
my God.
Yes, code enforcement gave the permit. That is not within the process of our ordinances at all.
No, it's not.
I hate to use this term, but the process has been bastardized in town.
Yes.
So that's where the major problem is. It's not so much about getting 4 on one side or 4 on the other side. The board of trustees have to understand what the process is.
Right.
And if they don't understand what the process is, they are left to the diverse temptations of what the mayor wants to do. That's got to change.
Now, where can they get that information from so they can go and go learn?
Well, they go to an IML conference every year. That's where they're supposed to get a lot of this. But also, too, it's incumbent on them to actually really find out on their own. The village attorney doesn't serve at the behest of the mayor. The village attorney serves the board of trustees. They should have access to the attorney to ask any legal question regarding their existence on that board. And if they can't do it, then there's a major problem here.
So there's not like a guideline of something like written out, typed up.
Of course there are.
Yes, there's guidelines, there's rules, there's ordinances. And also, I just wanted to bring out there have been trustees that have talked to them about some of these different things that they're voting on. So I know Trustee Brooks have stated several times that when different things that he wants to, that's going on, he actually goes to each of them and talk to them about it. So they're not of zero knowledge. They do have knowledge about this stuff. They're still just voting based off of how they want to vote. I'm gonna I say,
That's
Mr.
why a best
Mr.
practices
McCowan,
ordinance, that's why best practices ordinance and best practices training has to be instituted.
that it's supposed to be, and I believe it is instituted, but
No, it's
they're
not,
not
because
doing
they're
it.
ignoring it.
Right, they're ignoring it, but we still have to rely on our village manager to make and the mayor to enforce it. So it's there. It's just that it's not being enforced. Al McCown, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think just so that I hate to waste a lot of time, and I think it's pretty clear to all of you on this screen tonight that there's a lack of desire on the part of a lot of the trustees to do the right thing. They're voting on some other stuff. They're not interested in doing the right thing. So you can have all the rules and policies and all these things in place that you want. If a person's heart is not set on doing the right thing, they're not going to do the right thing unless you hold them to doing the right thing. I remember Mary Trust used to give me fits when I was up there on the board if she thought I was off. Didn't you, Mary?
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
She was hard on me, but it's good. You're supposed to keep your officials in line. And that's not what's happening. So I think a better thing to do right now is to try to figure out a way to force these trustees, some of those, at least 2 of them. Remember, you need 4, at least 2 of them to do the right thing, or else you're going to the village. I'm already. I don't know that you'll ever recover from Carvana unless you stop it. Because what happens in a few years when they lose their tax incentive? You're going to have that elephant, that thing out there that nobody wants. And it's going to make the village look bad.
What if the business model fails?
Yeah.
And then it will cost you a fortune. Then it will cost you a fortune to dismantle it and make it presentable to someone else.
Well, it also doesn't look like it's more than what they actually requested for the land. The land what they're building on it doesn't look right. I see Vivian Covington, you had your hand up. You had a comment to one of them that said something.
Yes, the fact that, like he said, I gave them initially, the first board meeting I came to when he became in office, I gave them 7 pages from the IML book on the right things for elected officials. Al, when you were mayor, I asked to go to training and it was allowed. And I went to training and there is training from IML. I gave them 7 pages on the rights, the do's and the don'ts, and the felonies that were associated with them. What they did with them, I don't know, because they're not paying attention to them. Those 7 pages covered a lot of things as an elected official. IML does offer, for the person that asked, and Robin, I think it asked the question, they do offer training for new elected officials. You can get it from IML, you can get it with South Suburban mayors and managers, but they're not doing it. I told them they don't listen, they don't want to listen. Those that do, they took it. But it is available for them to do. They're doing what they're like puppets and doing what he's telling them to do with Carvana. And also the other thing, when he told them about the Carvana, like I said, nobody knew. Theo came there, one like the fake, how can I put it, makeshift Amazon. Everybody else got 2,000 jobs. He's rather than telling you got 800 jobs. That was another joke to the village. That was already a done deal. Theo came into the meeting and said, "What is this?" The vote was already done. Tutu didn't even have the package with him. They don't ask questions. When you have a position, when a project comes to the village, everyone is supposed to know. The stakeholders are supposed to know. That's why we had the open meetings, and that's why he's happy about this position we're in, and we can't attend, but you can still open up. I'm technical. You can open up these meetings to everybody else. I get on meetings before I just retire. You can have 2,400 people on a call, on a meeting. So for him to shut us out, that's another thing that's a problem. He's shutting the residents out of all the meetings. The residents have no say so. You submit your suggestions or your anything you want to say, and they just read it and it's gone. Nothing's done about it. So what I do after I make a suggestion to them, I turn it into a FOIA. You're not
Mayor
going
Covington.
to ask somewhere.
Mayor Covington.
Yes, sir.
See, let me tell you how the mayor has the town okey doke, and he did it right before your face on November 18th. What happened on November 18th last year?
I can't.
Does anybody know?
I forgot.
Tell us, Sal.
There was a budget hearing. And where was the budget hearing?
Oh, yeah.
It was at the town center.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a public meeting?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't the residents show up?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he lying to the public?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That budget meeting was public. It's on YouTube. The way I found out about it,
it was one other board meeting after that.
Right.
Yeah. And my point being is that you can't delineate one meeting from another in terms of what's open and what's not.
Right.
Either all of them are shut down or all of them are open.
Exactly.
That budget meeting was a public meeting. And the way I found out about it, I was watching the Board of Trustees meeting, the last one, and I forgot to turn my computer off. And it rolled to the next video. And I looked at it and I said, November 18, 2021. I said, wait a minute. There are chairs in the town center.
Oh, yeah, right.
There's managers there. There are residents there. I said, this is an open meeting to the public. I thought they weren't meeting in public.
Exactly.
But yes, the whole town on this. And y'all need to call him out on that.
The town center.
It has been called out, and several times, every meeting we call it out. But the thing
you all need to go to the state's attorney's office about the inconsistency of how he's using the governor's executive order. You can't have it for some.
He used the governor's executive order all the way into then, and that's why he had to have that meeting. Is because the governor had lifted it.
Yes,
so once it was totally lifted, that's when they allowed that meeting to occur, and then for that next other board meeting. But after that, now since the governor put it back on, we're back at it again.
Every community surrounding University Park is meeting. The meeting with social distancing and the meeting with masks on. He can do the same thing.
We agree.
That 90 Town Center is large enough that there could be social distancing like you would for everybody, even the board. And besides, there's not going to be a big crowd of people.
Right, and you can ask people to bring their proof of vaccination status to help buffer that. So he's playing the town. He's playing the town for students.
Behind it.
But before that, though, he had, I did go to state's attorney on this one too. He had posted and stated that it's going to be an open meeting. It was going to be an open meeting, a public hearing. And I said, okay, I went and took a picture. It's up. How can you post a public hearing and not have it the public there? So what joke are you doing? You're lying. You're saying it's a public hearing. You go there, it's closed, and then it didn't post where it's going to be. She said it's going to be a public hearing on the meeting. You go for the public hearing. I went to see it, took a picture of it. It had no address. So I sent that to the state's attorney's office. You're posting stuff and not allowing people to attend. You can't do that. You can't have a public hearing without the public. What's wrong with you?
Well, yeah.
Sharice, did you have a question? I see you unmuted.
I am unmuted. I want to first of all say hello. Thank you for having this forum. Again, this is Sharice Williams. I wanted to thank Mayor Al McCowan for showing up. I heard him speaking in regards to the actual planning of the 5-year, 10-year extended plan that we have for University Park. And with that plan on that area where Carvana is, we did not have that allocated for that type of business and that type of hard look for the entrance of University Park as one. As two, when that actual facility goes down, you're going to have EPA issues because it is a car lot. And so therefore, what actually can follow behind a car lot, because they're going to have repairs on cars and different things of that nature. So then now that leaves our front door always with that hard look as far as that Carvana is. And then the land that they have amassed for that particular project is enormous. The footprint is enormous. So there will be no building is in regards to that. I do sit on the planning commission, and no, that did not come before the planning commission, nor was it ever presented to the planning commission in any format whatsoever. Okay, that is one. Two, we just had another planning commission meeting where we had a truck stop that is actually coming, and that is going to be east of 57.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of developments that are happening that will look to individuals in the village as if there is positive movement moving towards with this mayor. But it's just not following the correct protocols. There are protocols that are set in place, and the individuals that are on the board do have the how do I say, resources to know what they need to do. But when you're not forced or remanded to learn your procedure prior to your meetings, then you're going to just follow the crowd. And that just seems what is happening to me, is that the crowd is just being followed. They're being coerced into what needs to be done. There's a different agenda, and that agenda is not following the agenda that has been in place for many years prior to this administration. If we are to move this village forward as one unity, I think that if everybody here would join together and say, you know what, let's take a look at all the money that was spent on these comprehensive plans, which I was a part of both boards. And why are we not sticking to that? I don't understand why there has not been one trustee that has said, you know what, is this a part of the comprehensive plan that was put into place? What is our goal? What is the business plan? We don't, if we made a business plan and you're not following the business plan, we elected you to do what? Take us astray from what is already put in place in order for us to be successful? Because guess what? We had all of the great minds in the room at the table putting forth this plan in order for University Park to be on the map and to strive and thrive and move forward.
Thank you. First, it was Vivian that had her hand up, then Al McCowan after her.
Okay, I was going to say, after I left office, the comprehensive plan, first Al McCowan had a comprehensive plan. We all got together, did that I think it's 7 years. I forgot how many years. I knew it was up when I left office. And I made that statement and comment to the board. Where's your comprehensive plan? Mary Trust was part of that comprehensive plan. It was DePaul University, Al, if you remember that, came and did it. And Albert Shaw, I don't understand. I asked him because he's my neighbor, and he said, I said, have you got anything? Because he's on the Economic Development Committee. Am I correct, Albert, on that?
I'm not on any committee now.
Oh, wow. Okay, good.
Wow.
I refuse to support a criminal enterprise. That's why I would not sit on the finance committee. I requested AFRs, I requested a revenue book, and several other items in the public meeting, in the finance committee meetings, and Ernestine refused to give them to me.
That's what I asked you. That was my comment too. The fact that Albert Shaw has actually, I said, have you got anything when you were trying to be on it? And you said, I haven't received anything. They won't give me anything. How do you not give documentation to someone that's on the Economic Development Committee and just dismiss them? And there is, every 7, I think it's years, you're supposed to create an economic development plan. So you can see, what are you going to do in the village? How are you going to set it? What we're going to do? None of that has been done. It's totally been dismissed. And nobody wants to hear that. And I think that's totally illegal. You're supposed to have an economic development plan, and to go back on as far as inspection, when you have new development, when Al had that, one of the developments back to Clorox, the first person on all new development is supposed to be the fire department. They're supposed to do the first inspection. None of that's being done. They're being pushed out of everything. I asked them, did they look at it? They said no, they had nothing to do with it. I don't know who's getting paid, how it's getting done. I don't see how that demolished place up there is happening when nobody inspected it. No trustees are asking questions. Some of them are, 2 of them are, I'd say that. But they're supposed to request questions. They're sitting up there like boo-boo the fool. What are you doing? They asked me questions when I was up there, but you opened it. You're supposed to open it up. You're supposed to have the stakeholders. That's why you have the COW, the committee of the whole, bring it to everybody. And then we used to say, okay, what are we going to put on the agenda? Everyone had an input. And they're not, he's just like, he's Trump. He's the black Trump. Things getting done, nobody knows about it, when it's being done, how much it's costing. And when you ask the question, you get no response. That's totally illegal, but that's been identified and noted. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. McCowan.
I'm going to talk about 2 or 3 things, just so you know.
Okay.
First of all, I don't know if everyone clearly remembers or understands what was involved in the development plan that was laid out over there off of Cicero Avenue, where the Carvana is. That was intended to be a multi-use, walkable community. And there is a plan that's laid out. It shows stores, recreational facilities, theaters, housing. It was a massive plan. Now, everyone, we understand that these things take time sometimes, and there are sometimes different snags in what's going on economically that affects development. But that's the long-term plan for the community. The other piece of that was we fought really hard. I guess I'm getting feedback from somebody. We fought really hard to get the interchange, the I-57 interchange. A lot of effort in Washington, D.C., pounding the floors and asking people to help us with money to build that interchange at I-57. Part of that, you got the walkable community there, you got the housing there, you got the stores, you got all those facilities, but you also want it accessible to people to our town. That's why it's important to get the benefit of I-57. Right now, with what he's done, who's going to benefit from I-57 are those people west of I-57. Exactly. Our plan enabled us to benefit from it east of I-57 on our own land. Well, so that's been ruined just because of what he did. Now, what I think should happen, we're talking about, we're voicing all the complaints, but there has to be a plan to address this, or else it's going to go on and on and on. And what I think one of the first steps is the community. There's a lot of new residents in University Park. I know because I sell homes and I'm over there. I've met a lot of people over there. A lot of them are new. There has to be a plan to let the residents know. I think one place to start would be some sort of publication or something demonstrating to the residents what the initial plan was for that land at Carvana. Albert Shaw and Al Penn, we all have the maps and the initial layouts for what that was. And it's in letter size that shows and demonstrate to people what that was designed for and what the long-term impact is on the community, their home values, their children's schools, and that sort of thing. And then also show the other side of that, of what kind of trap this is with this Carvana thing, how it's going to hurt the entire community. I think that people need to be educated on what's happened there, and maybe some sort of communication piece with our people who are good at writing and putting stuff out. That's the first step. And you got to continue. I think you should use your time to develop some plan to educate people, get people more involved as to how they can hold these trustees accountable. That's the way you're going to get things done. You got to get these trustees to really think about their votes. Right, Mary? She used to beat us up there. Right, didn't she, Millie?
That is correct.
I agree. I agree.
Can
Trustee,
you send those documents
hold on, Robin. Trustee Brooks and Trustee Jenkins, I wanted to bring back because it was a comment that was made about the comprehensive plan, and have you all addressed that to the rest of the board? Do you feel like addressing that question or answering that question for us about the comprehensive plan?
I don't know about, good evening, everyone. I don't know if Trustee Jenkins Bell is going to say anything, but I'll say this much. I did, and everyone here, actually, I was listening. A lot of the things that we heard that trustees are not doing, I'm going to tell you, I know I did. If you followed me, pretty much with this board, previous board that I was on, I tried to educate them on what has been going on. I just didn't get elected in 2017. I also was involved with the village since 2009, 2008. I was on the Police and Fire Commission. I know we speak about training. Yes, there is training for these trustees to go to. And if they, and I can tell you right now, when we had the town hall meeting, 2 of your trustees went, they were at training. That's why they were not in that parking lot. So that was number one. But yes, I did address the comprehensive plan when we had argued about Carvana. I was told that what I was arguing about, that I had the map all wrong and so forth. And it turned out it wasn't true, because I did talk to Mayor McCowan since then, and he corrected me. He said, no, Theo, no, we had a comprehensive plan, and no, you were correct about that. And if you want to go back to that meeting, it might have been the clerk, and it might have been the mayor himself telling me I was wrong of what I had seen and what I read. Just want to dive in and say that budget meeting that Mr. Penn seen. I was the trustee that said you should have the open meeting. I was the one that forced their hand to have the budget meeting. If I didn't force their hand, that budget meeting was going to be on Zoom again. That's the mentality that's going on, that everything is A-okay. So that's like another fight that I'm having with him. And then I'm listening to the comment about, I think I heard the Mayor McCowan say, and I think I heard Mayor Covington say, I think I heard a little bit of everybody say, the trustees are voting with the crowd. Let me say this much. One thing is for sure, I'm smart enough to be on that board. Matter of fact, I talked to a couple officers, because when I got off the phone, I think I was talking to Miss Millie, my uncle, who'd been a Chicago cop for like 30-some years, passed away. And it was complications, including COVID. And I was talking to some of the officers, and what I'm amazed is that everyone's really following University Park. But one thing that was said, my old sergeant made it very clear. He said, you know, Theo, when it comes to that town, and when he directed towards Rudez. He said, they just don't know what they got, do they? I said, no, because he said, you about to give them hell. I said, oh, absolutely. I said, because if for once you think you can slide something past me, you're not. If you think you got something past me, what it is that it's plain and simple. Trustee Jenkins Bell and myself is outnumbered. And when you have 4 that's voting against 2, it's not going to work. It's really down to that. I've tried to educate them. I think at some point, Trustee Jenkins Bell said, you know, Theo, you might as well stop. You went so far as to speak Chinese to them, and they still not comprehending. The status that we at right now, we should not even be there. What I don't understand is that why do they continue to do what they do with this village manager? I heard David Savier, I heard John Pate. I'm quite sure you all know ain't no police officer gonna sit on that board and not report something to some state's attorney office or the FBI or whoever needs to be spoken to. What I can say is that it's probably further than what people want to know, but that's not our position, that's their position. We don't know what they have. What I can say is damage has been done and that the proper things have been taken. And really from there, that's all I'm gonna leave it at. I know some people are writing stories and they fabricating things. I seen an article, something about an agent, FBI, Springfield. I don't know where that came from. Because you know, an FBI agent is not gonna get involved and tell us to go picket at some doggone Kwame's office in Springfield when we know Kwame is right up here in downtown Chicago. So I think something like that doesn't even scare Joe Rudez. It doesn't. What it does is that it makes him bluff, makes him think that I'm bluffing when I say, stop doing it because you know what position we're at. But to answer that question, yes, I have addressed the comprehensive plan. Yes, when there has been moments where we spoke about the budget being a public, having some type of public hearing where everyone is involved. Now, what was disappointing, I thought I would see more people there. The bigger disappointment, in which I didn't address it right away, Trustee Jenkins Bell and our seat's been totally moved. If you notice, now we on the end so that key votes come first. What Trustee Jenkins and I don't know if they can't count or something up there. I don't know. Because you got to count 1, 2, 3, 4, however you're trying to do it. I think it's because some people can't count. But your no votes are now on the back end of the roll now, instead of the front. Because some people were getting confused, because if you notice, sometimes the mayor has to be told, Mayor, the motion failed, or Mayor, your whatever failed. So it's not like they don't know what's going on, but at the same time, Trustee Jenkins Bell and myself made it very clear. She been pounding on me, and sometimes I do go a little bit overboard. But I feel that how much you can emphasize is, let me tell you what type of officer I was. I'm gonna give you about 3 chances to tell you stop selling drugs on that corner. We'll pull up in that car all cool and smooth, and if you know how crack cocaine was in the 90s, I'm gonna pull up, hey bro, you need to go. Shut down your shop. I'm gonna pull on off, and you're gonna think, oh, he ain't doing nothing. I'm gonna come back up, I'm gonna still be smiling. Hey man, hey, didn't I tell you come up out that corner? Oh man, come on, Brooks. Yeah, we were just having a beer. Okay, that's even worse. So now you selling dope and drinking beer. Get up off this corner. But on that 3rd time, you're gonna see a Theo Brooks you never seen before. That's when you're gonna have a wagon, couple officers, and your face is down in that dirt. Because now I know you playing me, and you think I know you don't have guns and so forth out there with your money man, your dope man, your gun man. You think I don't know this? Don't take this smiling glasses lightly, because at the end of the day, we gave this board a chance, and this board had failed. Not only it failed, but the bigger problem I have is that when it was asked to explain about the salaries, a reporter, I guess the article just came out this evening, I didn't get a chance to read it. The salaries, the reporter asked, in 2015, the salaries was cut. Now, if you paid attention to that budget meeting, I told the trustees a long time ago, the village manager brought you a $16 million budget. This village never operated on $16 million a day in its life, but you passed it. You didn't hear nothing I had to say. You start talking about Carvana and everything else, it's going to come over the Carvana wasn't in the play. It was Amazon. Amazon going to bring millions of dollars. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, how's Amazon going to bring $1 million when we got to pay them money back that you borrowed $1 million from, and that's not even in the budget. So help me understand the concept here. When you think the trustee is trying to, because I can't explain it no better. I said, as light as I can. I know y'all can't see me turning blue in the face on a Zoom call, but I'm turning blue in the face. Sometimes my wife has to come up here and calm me down because my blood pressure is so high. I just don't think when it comes down to it, we are in a position that 2 things need to happen. Your village manager need to be walked out. I don't know when someone's walking in to put the cuffs on somebody. Really, I don't even think they're going to do that. I think an indictment is going to happen. Even if that's going to happen, I think those are the 2 strong messages only going to wake this village up. Not just the board, but the village, because I also believe on the day of the budget, we should have had more people in that meeting to help support what we were trying to do. Those salaries, no one was compensated, and those salaries was not returned to those employees. Your fire chief, he still is in there doing on a cut salary. Your DPW is still working on a cut salary. So at the end of the day, your tax dollars, what I don't understand, I asked for animal control. Now, we had it under the previous mayors. Now, all I asked was for $35,000. And over here on Old Forge Lane, Miss Trust got raccoons and everything else camping out behind her house. We got a herd of cats on the other side of the street. And all I asked is for $35,000 so you can scoop them up right now before I came in when I blacked up, hit the light. There's just cats. The cats and the pets are everywhere. You got to shoo them away from your house. They crawling all over people's roofs. But you mean to tell me that's all I asked was a $1,700 and a $1,500 to somebody's salary to start balancing out? They voted no. But yet $56,000 was taken and given away like it was their own money. That's the process that I can't comprehend here.
You should have been fired, and y'all should have called the Will County State's Attorney's Office on it. That's what you should have done. That's what you all should.
Let me say this, Al. Let me say this.
Trustee, let me finish.
Hold on. I got the flow.
Trustee, let me finish. Please let me finish.
Do I got the flow right now? Let me tell you something.
No, let me finish.
Hold on. Let him finish, Al.
Is that a fireable offense? Is that a fireable offense?
Let me tell you something. I've heard Al Penn say that 1,000 times. Ladies and gentlemen, how many times have you, as a matter of fact, I sat right here and I said it. She should have been fired. But I also disclosed something I did not have to disclose, that I've been involved with the Will County. Only one, two, maybe two people on here know how deeply I've been involved.
Yes.
And I will not sit here and take it and get beat down. If you want to beat somebody down, beat on them 4 members who are not here. But 2 people I can say who are here, we have been very involved and we took the measures that need to be done properly.
Okay, so thank you. And so I see that first it was Vivian hand up and then Al McCowan hand.
Okay, yes, I have to tell you that Theo and Sonia have been the pioneers, the troopers, the fighters. They're the only ones who say anything. And Theo has gone to limits and limits. But the other thing we're doing, I was appalled at the fact that they just might as well say deposition is my middle name. I've been going to court about these people like Ed Bradley. I don't understand. You got this guy here, you suing the village for $250,000, but yet you're trying to put them all over the place. That's wrong. The other thing we got going as far as this, what's his name? I forgot his name. But oh God, I can't think his name. The developer back there, we had a plan out for I-57 now, and he came to me and said that we were going to get we have the
Steve Good. Steve Good.
Right, Mr. Good, right, Mark Good.
Mark Good.
Mark Good. It's Mark Good.
And Pat was there. Thank you, Mr. Trust. And we have that plan laid out. Pete was there, and they had a service station. He said, "What do you guys want?" We had workshops at the village towns. Village Hall. We had 2 workshops for 2 years. They put up $70,000 for some planning works to be done because we told them we didn't have the money. They did that, and it was supposed to bring the service station / truck stop. Then they said that we were going to have the fast food chains, 2 hotels that was on I-57. Okay, all that was supposed to be done. We were going for the 3rd reading on it, but then I didn't make it in a position, so he came back, I guess, to you and said, "Hey, let me give you this box," and that's what happened. We lost all of that, but we had all that plan in place. And the second thing, then he said, we also was going to, as far as the newsletter, we are. CCC is doing a newsletter. Anyone, and I was going to ask that question, if anyone would like to give us an article. I know Mayor Just has her TV station, and we are going to be putting out a publication of a newsletter on a regular basis to educate the people. So anyone that want to add in that, want to give us an article, whatever they want to submit to us, and you want to put in there anything, anybody over, we would gladly accept that. And we will put your name on it, whatever. But we need to educate the people in University Park because it's scary. Some people are this guy doing a job, and they are so blinded by all this mess that's going on. And they'll say one thing, what he's putting up development, but what is that cost in the village? How's that development in the village? Nothing whatsoever. It's not putting anything in our pockets. Now you're talking about a park district, another taxing body. We can't afford another taxing body in the village of University Park. And talking about a park district, we only have 2 parks. What the heck is he talking about? That's going to cost the village a lot of money as well. But we know how that's going to roll. We know who's going to make the chairperson of that. That's another board within itself. that will have their own rights and laws and can charge us taxes additionally where we don't have now. And if you look at our monies, it's going out the window. We have no accountability whatsoever, but we are putting a newsletter together. We're supposed to be putting it out in the next month. So if anyone have any articles, and we're going to mail them to their homes. It costs, we don't care, we have them, it costs about maybe $600 to put that out. Theo knows about it. He's well versed.
Yes.
So we are going to publicize a newsletter to every home in the village, and we're doing that on a regular basis up until the election.
Yes, that's what we
All right.
need.
Okay. Al McCown, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I did. I just a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to encourage Theo and Sonia. I think you may have misheard what's been said tonight. I think most folks here recognize that you're the only two that they can rely on. And I think most of the conversation has been, how do we get the other 3 or 4 votes, up to a total of 4 votes? So for some support. So I think from what I heard tonight, they've been supportive of the things that you and Sonia have been doing. So you may not have heard that as clearly. Also, I think it's that other thing about back-end votes, just that's a design strategy so that you don't influence other people before they vote. That's just a strategy in politics. And the last thing, when I suggested putting out a publication to the residents to show them the before and after, I think, and I don't live in the village anymore, but just a suggestion that in order to get the village, everyone in the village involved, it's whatever you put out should be a non-political type publication.
Right.
I don't know what the various organizations are in town right now and who they represent, but if you do it through some political organization, then it's going to turn off a lot of people and not get their full attention. It should be non-political to demonstrate to the residents, to the citizens, what's going on, period.
Good point.
Thank you. Mr. Penn, your hand is up. Go ahead.
You put your hand up.
Yeah, let me be clear. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me be very clear. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. For Trustee Brooks, I am staunchly in your corner. And what I hope you don't do is take personal what I said, because I know you weren't the only person in the room. I get that. I've been in that situation. I've sat in executive session. I've sat on that board. But I also know that there's ordinances in place that prohibit the activity of the village manager to do the certain things that she did. And even though you may have lost that fight in terms of you and Trustee Jenkins being the only two, the issue for me is that it's making the right ask, because you and Trustee Jenkins asked for her to resign. She ain't gonna resign. She's an operative of the mayor. You should have asked her to be fired because it's a fireable offense.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. Because if you ask for her to be fired and you subsequently have the ordinance, chapter and verse about what the village manager can and cannot do, it is indisputable. And it's not, and I understand that there are other people who don't get it. But if you ask for her to be fired, you certainly stand on the spot of being correct. And all I'm saying is that the right ask needs to be made. I never would have given her a choice to resign or to resign. That gives it, and mind you, since that executive session, it's no telling what's happened. That's why I asked for, folks to call the Will County State's Attorney's Office to ask for, an order of preservation. She has the keys to the financial car of the village. She has the keys to the financial car of the village. That would have prevented her from actually doing anything else that could have encumbered or hurt the village. And this is why I'm a very big stickler about process here. I don't negotiate with crooks.
So can it still be done?
Well, hold on. Oh, if you're done, Mr. Penn.
I'm
Mary
done.
Trust,
I'm
okay,
done.
Mary Trust had a comment. I didn't want nobody else to jump in on her. Go ahead,
Oh,
Miss.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's so good to hear your voice, Al. Welcome back to home here. But and listen, I want to say I don't understand how you got passed in any situation. She was not walked out. She should have been walked out, keys taken from her that night. That board has almost committed a criminal offense. They have assumed the responsibility of what she has done. That's what that board has done.
Okay. Trustee Jenkins, I think I thought you was unmuted. You wanted to make a comment. I think that's one of the things that the question was asked. Have you all asked for her to be fired? I don't know if you stepped away. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. Hi. How you doing? How's everyone this evening? This, yes, we asked for her resignation. My Trustee Brooks and myself have been really, we have been hard on them, extremely hard, extremely trying to convince them on what they need to do with the village manager. This is not the first time that we asked, for her to be disciplined and different things like that because of the bonuses and the numerous untruths. But the board they are just not moving. And so, when it addressed, this is the book that I read on a regular basis. It was given to me when I first became a trustee. I don't know if you can see it. It's the IML handbook for newly elected officials. It's my blue Bible. I read it constantly and make sure that I'm keeping my donkey covered. So my thing is that until the board is convinced that they don't need her, it's nothing that we can possibly do. I mean, we fought, we begged, we pleaded, we wrote resignation letters. They are understanding that there will be some consequences because they are starting to listen to the residents in reference to what the taxpayers are saying according to Ernestine's employment. So they are starting to listen. They are. And they're starting to understand the seriousness of what Ernestine did when she gave herself $3,500 without board authorization. So these are things we're working extremely hard. My colleague he's relentless with what he's doing and making sure that everybody is okay. With the residents are okay and the taxpayers are okay. We are really working hard. And so we need the residents, like I've said once before, to apply pressure to the trustees. We're applying all the pressure that we possibly can. We need the residents and the taxpayers to apply pressure as well. And then maybe they'll listen. Right now, they don't believe that they've done anything wrong. They don't believe that this was criminal. They don't believe that this carries a heavy weight with their votes. They don't believe it. So we can't, I don't know if it's because of a lack of understanding or not going to IML or not having these books. I just don't, I don't think that they understand what they're doing, and not just with this situation, but into the entire community. So Trustee Brooks and myself will continuously fight. It's an unreal situation going on with the board as of now. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. It's one of these things, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not through fighting. I'm not through. I get tired sometimes. I'm not gonna pretend I don't, but I'm still at it. We're still at it. So some things can be said, some things can't be said, but we're still fighting for the community because we know the importance of this. We won't survive another 2 years. We couldn't survive another 2 years.
Well, I'm a former believer in calling a spade a spade. And what I see is Joe Rudin, the mayor, is courting these trustees and making them believe in him. He said, and he's even written it, one vision, one mind. And I assume he's talking about his own vision and his own mind. I think that their vision is very short and his mind too. But I've seen this man in action. When he and I conversed right up at the library, he was down on his knees. You would have thought he was proposing to me, begging me, I guess, to lighten up on him. And when I got on this case, this guy fell flat on the grass, spread eagle. And I applauded him. I applauded this man because he won the Oscar award. And I said, I've never seen you like this. This is how you talk and get the trustees to do what you want. He tells them, just believe in me. I'm asking you. He courts them. Then he takes them off. There was a couple of incidents where they got ready to go on trips and stuff. And he had stopped and blocked some other kind of stuff. And I knew when they went to Vegas, as they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And they came back here with full votes of saying, I. He takes them places, they go places and do things. And then he talks them into, he keeps it, he goes around and talks to them individually. And I think, Trustee Bell, I've discussed it with you. That's what I think that you all ought to do. Go to these trustees' homes. Take them out. Hey, come on, Shirley, let's go for lunch. Take Janelle, get Karen. Take them out and talk with them and do it on a constant basis. Because this is precisely what he's doing. He's courting these people and he keeps them involved with him. Give them, since you and Trustee Theo have the knowledge. You all are two of the senior ones. Give them chores. Give them things to be involved in. Ask them, hey, can you check on this and can you do this? And and see if they'll accept the different chores that you give them. Get them involved in what you're doing. But that's precisely what I see. He is courting them. He's begging and pleading to them and getting them to do what he wants them to do.
Okay.
That's what I see.
Go ahead, Vivian Covington, your hand is up.
Yeah, and again, I would like to thank everyone for allowing me to participate in this call as well. And it's an honor, and I thank you. But that's what you call solicitation of votes. And they're doing it. The perfect example was when they were trying to bring Ed Bradley on. That was the biggest fiasco I ever seen in my life. First of all, the man is suing the village, and then he put him on the police and fire commission with all these allegations he's got against him. Then he didn't, when that vote came on the screen, and I saw that, and he told Shirley right away. Karen said yes, but when he told Shirley, you said something right, Shirley said no, and the lawyer was trying to save him by saying no, I think she was having a question because he was literally telling her to vote. And she said, well, wait. She said, no, she has a question. Then she asked the question, this is temporary, right? Shirley, of all people, should know better. She's been up there before. She's up there with you, Al. She's been up there for years. She knows better. And then I don't know what's happening with that. And then he turned around and got upset because he didn't win that vote, thank God. And then turned around and went to executive session. And it seemed as if he was trying to, like Ms. Mildred just said, convince them to take that vote back. And then they came back out of executive session and it still failed. That was bold. That was the boldest corruption I ever seen in my life. You got upset because and he was having a hissy fit because he could not get that vote and it was yelling at Shirley. Say it, when you said something, you did it. That's solicitation. You cannot legally do that. But yes, they can go and talk to their other trustees and show them things, which like I said, I gave them 7 pages of something out of the IML, as Sonia said. But I don't know, I don't know if they're getting hypnotized or what, but it's scary. And I gave it to them. It shows the felonies that are associated with all the decisions that they're making, but they choose not to. So they're going to have to suffer the consequences. But again, thank you.
Robin, did you have some? I think you had a comment.
That can the trustees just do what Penn was saying to do? Is it too late to rewrite the letter? Can they just rewrite it with the correct verbiage? You know, and whatever the preservation is that needs to be done, can they go ahead and do that? Whatever suggestions come up.
No, the order of preservation, has to come from the Will County State's Attorney's Office. They're the ones who impose that. They can impose that directly by the request of the trustees, which I think they've already done. I think Trustee Brooks and Trustee Jenkins went to them already and asked them to put that in place.
Okay, was that recent, trustees, and what's the updates with any of that stuff?
I know one thing I want to, and I don't mean to cut you off, Robin, but Al, you've got to talk about Trustee Franklin, and with him doing the football, getting the $600,000. I mean the $6,000, and this is non-for-profit. Remember we discussed that, and can you please just expound on that?
And mind you, I can only see what I see. I don't know all that's done, but unless there was a contract put in place with the village, with any of these organizations in place to pay their expenses, there's no way that a municipality should be able to pay any expenses of any nonprofit. And even if it's done on the front end, it's still questionable because because they are a nonprofit, the village cannot really encumber itself with the expenses of a nonprofit. Number two, if a person who is on the board of trustees and they have an arm's length relationship with a nonprofit and they vote on it, it is a serious violation of ethics. And I don't know if that's the case with one of the trustees sitting on the board or not. But if it has been in the past or even currently, it's a serious conflict of interest. It's a serious conflict of interest. There's been an expenditure that's shown on the last payout of about $6,000. We don't know in terms of how that expenditure was ratified. We don't know any documentation that was brought in to clarify what those $6,000 of expenditures to the nonprofit was. We don't know if there's a contract in place prior to this expenditure being done that the village agreed to do this. I've heard that it's been budgeted. I've heard that's been budgeted within the village's budget, which it should not be.
Al, I hate to, this is Mary. May I say that if the village is paying him this upfront like this, with that being a non-for-profit organization, and if they have a 501c3, as they say, this also can affect their taxes as well as to how they file their taxes.
Well, that's
and
true.
They also need, was it given to him? How was it distributed?
Listen, I just showed it as an expenditure.
This was under the old administration as well. This didn't just start with this administration.
Thanks,
this was the
I was just going
as well.
Right, I'm going to bring. Hold on, Mayor McCowan, Al McCowan, Vivian Covington, and the village managers and the finance managers that are on this call. Could you please address how it worked for the youth programs, because it was budgeted for plenty, over the years that the youth programs were reimbursed for their expenses. Could you all please address that? And also that's one addressing. And then a separate address would be, how does it work when one of the board members or one of the people that's on the board of that organization is a board member? Because from my understanding, you all have to sign, I can't remember the name of it, but you often have to sign something saying that you cannot gain
Statement of economic
enrichment.
interest. The
There you
statement of
go.
economic interest must be filed each year, calendar year.
I'm going to explain it if you don't.
Right.
Okay. It's in
So,
Article 23.
okay. So, okay. Al McCann, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm going to address. I'm going to address the
Mayor.
first part that Al was talking about the legality and process, and maybe David Sevier can talk about what's happened in the past with the organizations. First of all, if I don't know of any ordinance or law where the village cannot engage a not for profit. The key here is disclosure. If an organization is providing service to the village and there's going to be money paid back, then it requires the village board's approval. Now, the key parts of this is this. If, what's his name? What's the trustee's name?
Dunzell.
Franklin.
Franklin. If trustee Franklin is affiliated with this organization, he has to disclose that up front, and he cannot vote on that, on the payment, on the contract. He can't vote on, he can't be involved in any discussion about it, and he can't vote at all. Now, the other key piece of this, if the village is approving its finances, with say an omnibus motion in the work, where you approve every single financial thing in the package, he can't vote on that. He can only vote on those things not affiliated with that organization. So with that, I don't see anything illegal about it, as long as it's disclosure, the village board knows it, they vote on it, and he's not involved in any aspect of that process, period. Now, David, you can talk about what's happened in the past.
Okay.
Okay. In the past, we ran the athletic programs to the village's organization. We had a not park and recreation, but we developed a committee where they would come in and they would provide invoices from the companies that they wanted to do business with, and we would cut the checks to the vendors. We did not give reimbursement back to any organization. We allowed them we budgeted for the dollars. We allowed them to submit their invoices, and the village cut the checks to those vendors. That way we had a valid invoice. We knew when the merchandise was received. We signed off on them receiving it, and up to the dollar amount that was approved by the board. That's the way we did it in the past. And we had dollars for all the organizations because we put everybody under one umbrella of University Park. That's how it was done.
Thank you.
And I can say the same thing. Any fundings that was voted on, he would have to take himself out of it. You have to file this economic disclosure. You have to put down any money that was donated to you, whatever. You have to do accountable for that. And as Al said, it's just be repetitive, but you cannot vote on anything that you have an influence on at all.
Right. I give you the best example. As the village manager and as the president of the school board, you talk about the things that we had to vote on for University Park. Things like getting Coretta Scott King magnet school and all those things done. Even though I was the main person in the discussion on the school board to get to turn that school into a magnet school and other things, anything related to the village, even in terms of us dealing with TIFs, even in terms of the budget and the dollars that are being spent, if portions were going to University Park, I had to abstain from that just because it looked correct, so that there were no ethical issues.
Robin, can you please?
I had a question. I was just about to ask the question.
Can I ask a question of you, Robin? What have you and Donna witnessed dealing with the baseball and observing football and Trustee Franklin? What have you observed?
Oh yeah, well, just as of recent and also several times in the past, we would ask for things. We wouldn't get them as the baseball organization, but Franklin would always get whatever he seemed to need. And when he asked for it, So that's just what has been happening. So that would be one question. I don't know if we can do anything about that, but just keep bringing it up, the stipulations, because it's been brought up several times at the board meetings that, you know, this is going on, or why is he getting it? Why are we not? Why is baseball have to keep begging for this? It's like we beating a dead horse. So I'm just interested in what we can do that will help change something versus just keep talking about the same thing, because they don't care about any of it. So
Trustee Franklin is getting funds, and he's a trustee, and it's coming from the village.
Right. But
But
like
is
they
he
just
voting
said,
on the funds? That's the question. Is he voting on the
Mhm.
funds actively when they are presented to the board, or is he
well, he
recusing
just
himself?
did. I
Yes,
know
he,
for
he
sure
did vote
this
for it.
past one, yes, because he's the one that put the motion on the floor. So
Okay.
I know for sure this last budget meeting, he did put it, or he put it on the floor for all of the youth activities to get $8,000 split evenly amongst each organization. So that was what.
One last question
So
with
yes,
that. Was it extracted from the budget and voted on separately, or was it voted on in the budget in its entirety?
it was separate because it wasn't in the budget at all. But we were begging them that it needed to be included in that. So that was a separate. That wasn't in the budget.
So it was motioned for it to be added
into the budget.
amount, because the amount had to be changed. It was already there. It was at 6,000, but the motion was for it to be increased
to 6,000 each or something.
to 6,000 each. Right. So that's where he motioned
They
it.
had it where it was 2,000 each.
Right.
Well, I'm to understand it was actually in the budget, but it was amended. It was a motion to amend it and then passed and then voted on by Trustee Franklin as well.
Correct.
Okay.
And so what, I forgot what I was gonna say. So back to Penn, so what they're saying is basically what we thought was correct, that this has been done for the past few administrations. So it was, is it the part about the wording? Because I think the issue you were having was they wasn't supposed to say reimbursement or something to that effect. But I couldn't figure out any other way to go about that because even if they're paying it up front or doing it the way David's administration did, it was paying the vendors, it still was all being paid for. Like we still had to turn in the receipts, and that's what they're going to pay for. So it's either being paid for up front or after or whatever, but it's still being paid for, and it is called a reimbursement. It wouldn't be a donation. I was trying to figure out
a reimbursement is not a donation.
Right.
They're totally different. As former village manager Sevier said, if they had got invoices, got receipts in terms of what their expenditures were based on something like that, they could pay the vendors, but they cannot cut a check to a nonprofit.
That's not true.
Reimbursement.
But that's what they're saying that they can, right? And that's what's been happening. And we saying the same thing. We don't see nothing wrong with that. I don't see.
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude.
Go ahead, say it.
I don't want to be rude, but I don't want bad information to get out. I don't care. I don't think it matters whether it's called a reimbursement or a contribution. The deal is this. The deal is it has to be approved by the board. And if you are involved in the organization, you have to disclose it and abstain from it being involved in it. Doesn't matter to me. Communities make contributions all the time. Yes, that's what I mean. Disclose and
from the vote.
Abstain from the vote. So I don't think that matters so much. My question to you is for clarity. Is he part you? So the issue is football versus baseball. Football is getting its share, but baseball is not.
Right.
Did he vote on the approval of this stuff for the organization that he's a part of, which is baseball? If he voted,
he's
voted,
football,
which is on football. He voted, which is a combination of all youth programs.
Well, then that's the problem. That's the problem.
Okay. Go ahead, David. I see your hand up.
I was just going to state almost the same thing Al is saying, but typically to keep the controversy down and make sure that the disclosure issue is not limited to just the individual on the board. Is better for the village overall to do a donation, because the donation is approved in the budget. Reimbursements typically are not improved in a budget. They're typically done via the form of a contribution or a donation. So if it's a contribution or a donation, it's already approved in the budget, so it's easier to do. Can you do a reimbursement? Yes, you can, but it has to have more disclosure, particularly on the statement of economic disclosure, whatever that is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Robin, did you get your answer, and Miss Mildred?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I did.
And we got clarity on that, which is good. So I don't know if what needs to be done or something needs to be done in regards to him voting or him relaying that information, or does he even know that he shouldn't have done it?
Done something wrong. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that the trustees that's on the call can make sure that they address with him for the future.
And also, what can I do? Who should I need to go in there and speak with as far as he got this? Where's our money that we asked for back in December? You know, what's the proper protocol to go through with that, if any?
David, did you put your hand up or you took it down?
I put it up, but I wasn't not to answer Robin's
that question, but something else.
Yeah, I think the question kind of took it away from me. That's okay.
Okay, I don't know if anyone wanted.
That really should be a trustee response, either Theo or Sonia.
Oh, I know. I think what we keep trying to say is when action happens on that board, our response is always, well, they don't know. I don't think it's always that they don't know. I think they don't want to know. They don't care enough to want to know. So they're just going along to get along and just to get a paycheck. Because some of this stuff is just common sense. It's not rocket science. So anybody knows when you get on a not-for-profit board or any type of board, you know that accepting a gift on a gift ordinance has limitations. It also has to have heavy disclosure. All that stuff you know when you're on a board. So I can't always say that, well, they don't know or excuse them for the fact that they don't know. Being ignorant of the law is not an excuse. So being ignorant of the laws of the village and this board should not be an excuse for them as well. They need to be held accountable for the decisions that they're making. And we as the people need to make sure that's what we're doing.
I think Robin's question is, where does she go to get her fair share of money for the baseball? Is that correct, Robin? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, really, that's why I said one of the trustees should respond, because really, you're making your appeal to the board. So someone has to. I would talk to the trustees and have one and make your presentation and have them present it.
Yeah, and Al, yeah, you are correct. And if I'm not mistaken, Robin, I got the back end of it when you initially were trying to get the park together, and I think it was a meeting that David Savier was supposed to be in. Most definitely, the village manager is supposed to cut those checks. I'm finding out on the back end. But I think that on what we should do is at this point, when it comes to it, is that be compensated for those checks to be cut, and it's actually, especially with the board, because Franklin got his like as soon the budget was passed on the 18th. If I'm not mistaken, it was passed on the 18th, and his check was in this past bills payable.
Yes,
And
it
so,
was.
yeah, right. And
Yeah,
so,
we didn't know like if he had asked for it be prior to me or after or what. We didn't Trustee Jenkins was supposed to look into that to see. We didn't know, when he might have asked for it. Did he ask for it weeks before me or what? Maybe that could have played a part in it, but either way, I was told by Jacilia and her assistant that it was going to be on bills payable, or they had to present it to the board to make sure it approved. And when I didn't hear that and I heard that, it was shocking to me because I had been waiting on that.
right. Someone needs to mute.
And I'm still waiting on Jacilia. I have been up there 3 times, waiting on a call back from Jacilia regarding this.
Based off of what was approved. So that
before it was even before the
board I know
meeting,
before, but I'm just saying, right, I know before, but I'm saying just to let you know that even after the budget was approved, you went the next day to ask for the reimbursement.
When would that check be processed? Right. When can I expect my check? That was the first time. Nobody, Lisa took the message and gave it to Jacilia. I called Jacilia, left her a voice message, and went. So that was the first set of times I went up there. But since then, I've been back two more times after that, and then just went again a few days ago, and still haven't gotten a response back.
Robin, remember he said you all are going to be surprised, just wait. That's what he's trying to make you wait. And that was the most ridiculous response I had ever heard.
Exactly. Correct. Everything he says is, I don't know what can be more surprising because he surprised me every time at every meeting. So I don't know.
Phyllis, is that the statement that you wanted to say? With your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then it was next was Elbert Shaw, and then after that, Sonia Jenkins.
There's a chuckle.
Or whichever order. I can't.
I will.
And I have a question too.
Okay, Gina, after they.
The problem that I'm having with the baseball organization and the difference that they make, it's cronyism at its best. I look at it that way because I'm paying how much is it, Robin? Like $150 a month to store baseball equipment in the storage unit in Park Forest because they won't allow us to use any of the vacant, empty facilities in Village Hall. So it was very surprising to me to see that the $6,000 was put on there. I wasn't really surprised because this is what they do. But, I want to know, go to Jacilia and ask her, when is she going to is the next bills payable is the baseball team's payment going to be on there? Because, they have something against baseball. Who knows why? Don't know why, but they can't stand baseball, obviously. And so I don't know if it's because, maybe I wonder all the time we're girls. So, so they just, they don't like me either. I've been kicked out the family. So it is what it is. So I think that it's unfair of them to do something like that because there's a place for children. But they're not thinking about the children at this point, as we all know. So, the only thing I can say is go to Jacilia, ask Jacilia and see, put in a written request, email her and email the village manager and every last one of us.
They didn't like the fact that we wouldn't take
see what we're going to get and see if we can get the money from them. It's not going to surprise me. As I was looking at the bills payable, I was going through bills payable and I started to look further into bills payable and all of the invoices. I noticed something from Will County. They have a permit that is coming up. They put a permit on Craig Park. They put a permit on Regal Farm, a food like a food permit, and they put one on tea and food or whatever it's called over at the golf course. But I see they omitted the concession stand in Palmer Park where Trustee Franklin runs the Lions program. So I wonder why that is. It hasn't been revealed on what they're going to do, but I'm quite sure it's something to stop baseball. So
Trustee, Trustee,
yes,
do they have dates on those permits?
yes, they just did it. I don't have my.
I'm saying, do they have, like, for the baseball schedule? Do they have the dates of
no? It's
actual
just
plan? But then you can apply for a permit for those dates, and then you'd be able to use the concession stand.
You know, I don't mean to be rude, y'all, but while you are discussing and focused on being nickeled and dimed to death, the golf course has been hijacked. The liquor commissioner in the village of University Park is the mayor, and the mayor has let a license for the golf course listing Paul Blockham's as the manager. You aren't getting any financial reports from the golf course. They've been holding parties over there forever. So who's collecting that money and where is it going? It is the reason that Debbie Wilson got suspended. And there's still no action by the board in this matter. And what about the parking? What about the Metro parking lot? Yeah. When the Transportation Commission dissolved, the village became responsible for collecting the money and repairing the parking lot. Where is that money going? Where are the reports of those receipts? Nobody seems to know who's collecting the money at the Metro parking lot. And these things don't disturb you. Those are the cash cows for the village of University Park.
Mm-hmm. Well, I could say all of that disturbs me and us. And that's the one thing, like you said, Albert Shaw, that on the finance committee, when we was asking for documentation, we would never get it. We still haven't got it. It's still, once they got the new chairman, we're asking for this, but for some reason, every time it's a finance committee meeting, they didn't post it in enough time. So now we pushed out to another month.
Yeah.
Well, you remember that Al Capone had lawyers and he had finance people, and all they busted Al Capone on was tax evasion.
Right.
Tax evasion. Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Several things I want to touch on. One, like he said, the golf course, the whole business with that was terrible because we were given extra money for hospitality when they didn't even have the restaurant part open.
Who is that?
The equipment. This is Gina Williams.
Gina Williams.
The equipment, no one ever really elaborated on where it went. That's what started this whole thing with Chief Wilson. Then we have an alkaline company that says it's open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but you never are allowed to go in there. They run you away from there, whatever's going on in there. And then the Central Steel Company that's supposed to be coming, Mark Goods lied and made it seem like those employees had just found out about it. When I have a young man that's a friend of my daughter said they had learned about their months before then about this moving to University Park. So, Mark Good is no good. And then I want to say the central person, the common denominator in all this, like it or not, is Cecilia Kelly. She sees over our finances. She knew about the money being transferred or taken from Miss E. How come she's not being a whistleblower? Where's her responsibility in all this? Because it seems like she knows it, she sees it, and nothing is being done. And then she has a dual role of a union person and a non-union person, which is a conflict of interest. No one ever speaks on that. So I'm fed up with everything that's going on. And I think it's time, like Mayor Covington and Mayor McCowan said, we as stakeholders have to speak up. I'm going to cry loud and spare not. I'm going to blow my trumpet. I'm on next door and I'm putting up articles. I'm putting up comments. I'll go to Facebook. I'm not ashamed. I'm going to let these residents know it's corruption. And as Wafik said, corruption needs help. And some of them people working right there in that village hall are helping. And it's time we do something and say something. Maybe some of these other people, we need to call them out for them to resign because they're not doing their job. They're helping Joseph Rudez do the corruption. And that's what I got to say on that. I guess somebody trying to block me out, but I said what I said, and I'm not taking it back.
Oh no, nobody's trying to block you. It's just the feedback.
No, okay. Well, I'm just saying, but we need to speak on some of them people right
two
there.
different phones. So one trying to block you out. You had two different phones.
Okay.
Going.
Well, I'm just letting y'all know. So all these people need to be investigated and looked at because their hands are not clean.
I'm right there with you.
I've been saying that.
I've
been saying that. Just see, you need to
All
know.
right.
Hello. She's part of the problem.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Vivian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get my just a second. I'm sorry. Do you hear me now?
We hear you, but it's a little echo. But go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. The golf course, I don't know what happened there. I don't understand. And when we were liquor commissioners, Al and I know you can sign something, but the person has to actually be there. And that's disturbing because this man's been gone from the village 10 years ago, and he's been in Florida for 4 years. So I don't know how you're signing and the clerk is attesting to the signature and that person's not there. That's the question for me.
Exactly.
And because, Al, you have to sign it and you have to have the signature of that person that's holding that liquor license. I don't know how that's happening in 22 and 21.
It baffles me, Vivian.
That's blowing my mind. But someone has already reached out to his wife and they're upset about it. But then they need to be, because how can you issue a liquor license to a person that's not even here?
So would you consider that open and notorious?
Yes, very much so. And then I want to go to the it's just a mess. The golf course just a mess. At least we had PGAs up there that were at the golf course. This woman just hung around the golf course. And the people we had in the restaurant, the guy offered to do it for free with no payment to do the restaurant part. He put in a new everything kitchen, he put in a dishwasher, all that. And he didn't get his money back. He was put out there. I don't understand what happened with that. I don't know how all of that came about. I don't know how these people are getting paid and no financial responsibility is being given about that. And then we want to go to the metro station. Einhorn from Crete is the president of the Transportation Committee. He and the lady from Metro and then Miss Dimitri, she's she's the president of the South Suburban Mayor Managers. We all met at the Metro. We got a grant of $5 million to revise that place. And guess what? Where's that money? Nothing's being told about that. Nothing being said about that. And as far as that Metro taking over, I talked to some other surrounding mayors and they didn't take over theirs. I don't know why Joe would do that, because that's more money for as far as public works, police officers. We don't have the expenditures or the money or the personnel to do that. And also there is a database where you're supposed to pay in to get your tickets and that's down. Nobody's talking to that company at all. And people are complaining about that. So I don't know what they're doing when it comes to that Metro. I don't even know why they would take that responsibility on when they don't have the personnel
board of specialty to even do it.
I see, thank you. Bob, I see you have some questions that you wanted to ask. Do you want to ask them?
I'm just curious as to, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm listening to a lot of conversation about the behavior of the elected and employed personnel at the village. And I don't think there's anyone that doesn't believe that there's some mischief going on. So that begs the question in my mind, who is stepping up and demanding Ernestine be terminated immediately?
Well, they did address that. It was Trustee Brooks and Trustee Jenkins were the two that has stepped up for her to be terminated. I don't know if they want to chime in on that, but I think that was addressed earlier before you got on the call.
Was that presented as a vote to the board and other trustees voted that request down?
I believe that was done in executive session. So Trustee Brooks and Jenkins, do you think that you can address that if it was something in executive session, or was it, I don't remember it being it was not put out at a board meeting?
Can't vote in executive session, can you?
I don't know what was done. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna leave it up to them to address.
No, you can't vote in executive session.
I think that's what of the mayor and the village managers.
Right. I don't. So do y'all want to, was it brought up? So I guess it was never voted on. So that's the answer to your question, Bob, since they can't vote in executive session and it was never presented at a board meeting on the agenda.
I don't know, maybe I'm naive, but if somebody's stealing from in my business in a company that I own and they're stealing, there's going to be an immediate response to that, and it's going to be harsh. It's not going to be shepherded into an arena called executive session where nothing can be done. This would be a public. I would immediately be calling for that person's termination.
Where's the attorneys on this? What is this attorney doing?
Helping the mayor and the 4 trustees.
Right.
Let me suggest this, Bob. Can I suggest something, Bob? Were you still on talking about that, or you? I don't want to cut you off, but what you said is very important.
Right.
And I'll hit you on to yours, and then you come back. Let me say this: you may have just given us an avenue to deal with this publicly. Albert and David, and you guys have more of the legal mind on this. It's my way I always operated was you discuss things in executive session, you voted in public. Is that correct?
Yes. Right. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Theo and Sonia, I need you all to be completely straight with us on this one. I mean, because sometimes it's a matter of understanding process, and you may not have understood the process at that time. Exactly. Was there a vote taken in executive session? You can answer that yes or no.
They can't take one executive session.
No, I'm not asking you that, Mayor. I'm asking them, was there one taken? Because they may not have understood the process.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not supposed to be.
Are you there,
Hold
Al?
on, please let them answer it honestly, okay?
Yeah, you there, Al?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so Al, no, yeah, you know it. I know the rules, and no, we did not allow it to happen. And
okay, it's a simple thing. Let me go on. Let me go on because I'm trying to get to how we can deal with this. If there wasn't a vote, then okay. If there was one, that's even better. But okay, let's say that there wasn't one. So you all are asking for their resignation. So what you can still do, I think, help me how we can do this, Albert, and Al, and David. How can we get them to where they can say, we discussed these things as a board, but there are some critical issues that the board needs to vote on. Make a motion for it to be added to the agenda for the termination of her, and they can state the reasons.
That's exactly right. That's
Thank
exactly
you.
right.
Yeah, but
now you put all the trustees on Front Street.
Thank
needs
you.
to be,
Right.
it needs to
Thank
be done
you.
in the
I gotta
public
take
square, not in
your idea
executive
and his
session.
idea.
That's all I was saying before is that
No, that's
this
all right, Al.
needed to be
Al, let's not
public.
worry about before. Let's talk about how we can get this
Yeah,
done, okay?
yeah, but what I'm saying is that
Email
that
it
needs to
to
be
her.
put on front for the residents to understand how the village manager overstepped the boundaries. Because it
Yes,
puts
okay.
them squarely on Front Street in terms of whether or not they support
Email
her
it to
But they can't,
continuing
but
or
they
there's a
can't,
Let's try to,
punitive response.
but wait a minute, but Al, they cannot disclose the reason.
Right.
Now they can request for her resignation in a public session that it be added to the agenda to be voted on. That they can ask for, but
Right.
they can't
Thank you.
talk about anything else.
Okay,
And
That was
well,
my question. Right.
they don't necessarily have to do it either, because the person that does it, as you well know, the agenda is the mayor. And if he has the choice or the right to say, I'm not adding that to the agenda, but you can publicly say it, and then he's held accountable.
well,
No, but
no,
no.
hold
If
it.
they
A
do
certain
it,
number of trustees can
Yeah,
add, can force something to be added to the agenda.
Correct.
Three
but,
people,
but
3 of them.
but if they ask for it in a meeting and they ask the trustees to vote on it in that meeting to get it on the agenda,
Mhm.
then that's something different.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
So you got to figure out a
Wait,
strategy to
say
get it
that
in the
over
public.
again. I missed that last part, David. Can you repeat
And
that? I missed that.
what is the difference? I mean,
The difference is if
Yes.
you request for it not in public, the mayor has a choice to put it on the agenda or not.
Right.
That's his sole discretion.
Mhm.
If you ask for it in a public setting, that
That's
you
different.
have they like to have the agenda amended to include A, B, C, D, F, G,
Right.
and you would like to have immediate vote for it to be added to the agenda.
Right.
That can
And then
be
it's in the
done
record.
with a second. Now
Right.
you're asking them to vote on it instantaneously.
Correct. Correct.
So wait, let me ask a question. This is Trustee Jake. I want to ask this. So we can put forth the motion, like we're getting ready to come up to the meeting of the cow. We can ask for it. We got to do it at the end? I mean,
Don't
the next
do it in
meeting.
Don't
Do it at the beginning.
Don't
At the
do it.
beginning.
Don't do it in the
You gotta
cow.
do it in the real meeting. You can't do it at the
Right,
cow.
don't
There's
do it
no
in the
vote
cow.
in
Can't
the
do it
cow.
at the turn.
Oh, a lot of conversations. Can't hear.
So we can't
Not
do
do
it
that.
at the cow. We have to do it in the
Regular meeting.
regular meeting.
Yes.
Correct.
That's gonna be at the end of the month anyway. That defeats the
No,
purpose.
it does not
Yes,
have to
it
be
does.
at the end. It does not have to be at the end. You can make that recommendation at the beginning of the meeting. You can make a you can make motion to have the agenda amended immediately once the meeting starts. You can
Right.
ask for the agenda to be amended at any point, but it's best to do it in the beginning.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I think Trustee Jenkins was saying that the regular board meeting is at the end of the month. That's what
Right.
she.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the end of the month. Yeah.
Right, that's what she was stating. Yeah.
Yeah.
And can we at least Al McCowan, let me say this, and Trustee Jenkins will back me up on it, and only a very few knew. We tried to even call a special meeting
Yes,
to fire her,
yes,
and we were almost there.
yeah.
We were
Takes three.
right. We were almost there, and I don't know what's going on. I'm just saying we practice, we're following these rules, and for whatever reason, I'm to the point that I was honest. I told whether I don't care who it is, state attorney, whoever, I tell them, I don't know what the hell is the problem. What the hell is the problem? Someone stole money. You know she's doing wrong. You know you can get in trouble because you have knowledge about her stealing money.
Yep.
What is so difficult about going ahead and making a move?
Yep.
And I don't understand.
Yep.
We almost had it last week. And
Yes.
they backed
So
out.
what exactly happened with the almost? What happened?
Who backed out?
I can't discuss it because it rolled right back to executive session. Me and
Right.
You have to
Sonia
have
was
3 votes,
pissed.
though. You have to have 3 votes to call it special meeting.
It rolled right back to a statement that was made in executive session by, I can't say, it was a statement. It basically backed me and Sonia back into a wall. And so
You have
once
to have 3 votes.
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is the part that I cannot understand with them is that we know that she's taking his money. She's taking the money. That's not a secret. She didn't have authorization to take the money. And this what made me very angry is that you allow her to rule over the police after you done stole the money. I didn't understand that. I still can't understand it. I cannot understand this. She's determining the fate of the chief, and she stole from the taxpayer, or she misappropriated.
Who on the board has been compromised by the activity of the mayor
Right.
and his village manager?
Exactly.
I mean, it's not rocket science.
Yeah,
it's not rocket science. I'm with you. Yeah, it's not rocket science.
Yeah, I think if you got eyes, your eyes will not deceive me, and I don't want to put nobody.
Which one of those trustees are you, or do you think you're closer to getting as the third person? You need one more person to at least get it up. No, one more person to either be able to add it to the agenda or call a special meeting. You need 3.
Right.
They have the 3, but you don't want to go into the meeting without the 4th vote.
Well, you want no. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you say, Sonia?
We had 3. Did we have 3 too?
Yeah, but but the statement that was made, we had when we got the third person, the one vote that would have fired her, they reneged.
That's all right. But the key, what we're trying to get to is this. This is what we're trying to get to. Which let me say this. Please hear this. We're trying to get the motion to terminate her in a public forum. In order to get it in a public forum, you need only 3 votes.
But the problem with that,
now that's when the community comes in to be looking at these other folks in their eyes. They're up there voting. How y'all gonna vote?
Yeah.
But the problem with that, Al, is what they're running into is this situation. They're calling a special meeting. They immediately go into closed session to talk about personnel. They get into the closed session and they can't get the 4th vote to bring it to the table.
Exactly.
So
one is
so the mayor will not bring it to the public to have the public vote.
Right.
So the only way to do that is like you said before, it has to be done in a public meeting requesting to add that to the agenda.
Right.
That is the only way that's going to get to the public eye. Right. That's the only way it's going to get to the public's eye.
But you only need 3 for that though, right?
Right.
Okay.
So Trustee Brooks,
So gotta be brought up.
Hold on, Trustee Brooks or Trustee Jenkins, not to put you all on the spot, but is that something that you all are willing to do at the next board meeting, is to get that third person that you already have and do the motion to add it to the agenda, to amend the agenda to add her to be fired?
You have to have 4.
No, to add to the agenda, to amend it.
To add it to the agenda, you have to have 4.
You could.
No, they were just saying that you need 3.
Well, I think if we just can hear
help me out on this.
that would be a
You have to have the majority of a quorum.
Help me out on this, please, everyone. Albert, you guys
of a quorum.
I remember back when I was mayor, if I had 3 trustees to ask me to add something to the agenda, add it before the meeting, I had to do it.
Yep.
Because that's the majority of a quorum, man.
Because it's the majority of the quorum. You the 4th vote.
But
so
you have
No. 4 votes
saying,
is a majority for the board.
No.
The quorum is fewer than 7 people.
No, but Alan's saying you have to have 3 people. It takes 3 people to have a special meeting. It only takes 3 to call a special meeting.
Right.
But it's
Or to add it to the agenda before the meeting and before the agenda is sent out and before the agenda is sent out.
Right.
But the problem.
It's all right. I know what you're gonna say. The problem is you still gotta have 4 votes to go when you go into executive session. But remember, votes aren't in executive session.
Mayor McCowan,
You can call for
it's important for them to hear the vote, not necessarily to win it, but it's important for the community to hear and to know who is voting which way.
Hey,
Exactly.
It needs to be said. But this is what the mayor is telling them is that they need the 4th. So he is not going to put it on the agenda.
Let's check the state law on that. Let's check the state law. I'm almost sure he has to put it on the agenda and call it to a vote on the agenda.
But I don't
He
think
may not
any
go
of
into
them
the.
are aware of that. I don't think any of them are aware of that, which is the reason why
Let's
he's
just check
doing
the
it.
law,
Yeah.
and then so whenever if Theo or Sonia present it, they can cite the law. Let's just check the law.
Yeah.
But they can publicly ask for it at the beginning of the meeting. The regular
Right.
meeting, they can ask for that to be done. It only takes 2 people, one person to put it and another person to second it. And then
That's it.
it's up to him.
Right. In that scenario, yes.
Right.
But I would make sure, let's check the law. I think you can get it added to the agenda with 3.
Also, we're playing they're playing with the idea. Well, we're playing with the idea. Miss E's contract is up the 23rd of this month.
Oh wow!
With no 30-day notification that it's not going to be renewed, so it's going to be
David
automatically extended.
When is your next board meeting? Isn't it next week? Next Tuesday?
Yeah, next Tuesday.
The cow is next week.
That's the cow. That's not a board meeting. So what happens is she's gonna say that because no prior notification was given within 30 days of contract, she gets an extension. I don't know what that extension is.
Yes, that's true too.
That's what they're playing on and riding on.
Well, I think that the step in the right direction is just to go ahead and do it, and at least it'll be on YouTube and on recording.
But now that I'm thinking, what y'all could use though is the date of the letter requesting for her resignation.
That's what I was just about to say.
It'll be recorded.
You have a
right?
30-day notice with the letter.
If it's before the 30-day notice, that might be an option.
Yeah.
What is that date? Anybody got that letter available?
If that's, I mean, it's worth a shot, is what I'm saying.
It is. But technically, if you want to be technical, technically that was the letter.
Right.
You can't use that technically.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a little short. Where's my papers?
Wasn't that January 24th or 25th?
It says January. Oh no, the first one was January. It was the 20 something. The 20.
Right. It's like the 22nd or 23rd.
21st.
Like the 22nd.
The 21st.
It was one of those days, but it was early, so
Drafted
her
it
contract was the 23rd.
So if it's before the 23rd, then you're good. If it's after the 23rd, then you missed it.
Yeah, I would try that because she actually received the fact that you are requesting for a resignation. She received it prior to the 30 days, so you may be
from the trustees. So yes.
Yeah, from at least notification at least.
Yeah, she got.
So yeah, I might could try that. You can try it.
Check the calendar, see if it was the 21st or the 22nd. As long as it was before the 23rd, then it's okay.
Quite honestly, I think you're better off to just go ahead and pay her and tell her and have her be removed from the village. You're better off to pay her and get her out of there because how she's going,
Mayor.
I can't.
But that's
Mayor.
That was my thought, man.
Done.
Go ahead, Trustee.
Just pay her and get rid of her.
That was tried too.
Yeah, very.
We didn't try everything known to man.
Yes.
Sound like Evershaw's right. It's a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, because you remember you also got a lawyer working in there. That's okay.
Call him a consigliere. That's what he is.
Okay.
And all them jokers come from Fort Heights.
Theo, just go up there and grab her by her wrist and snatch her out of the office and say you fired.
and we'll bail you out, okay?
Okay.
This is crazy.
I'll come get you. Hey, don't make it too high now.
Oh, I know I'll be all right then.
All right, you don't return evil for evil.
We have tried.
we tried every single thing.
Everything under the sun. We have tried.
Okay, well, it seems like we got a couple things that maybe if, I know her contract is up the 23rd, I believe. So if it doesn't, you said 20 what day?
The 20th.
Oh, the 20th is her contract is up.
Of February?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, February
Just
21st.
push a vote to not renew her contract. And then you can go after for criminal stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
let me ask y'all something.
So should they motion to not renew, or they should motion to
terminate a contract?
Huh?
If it ends on February the 20th, vote to not renew her
contract.
But it's an automatic extension if it has not been rescinded.
I think Sharice is almost right. I think it's something in there that after the 21st. Well, no, I think it's something, if I read it right, we had, well, that note of the 30 days is definitely, it's like, that's the sign of, hey, we don't want you here. But I don't know, would it take 2 more trustees? Or would that note be just?
You have to vote on it. It's just like when we were trying. It has to be voted on. It has to have the majority. And I do believe, I'm not certain on this, it has to be 4 or 5 votes maybe because of the village manager vote.
It's 4 votes. It's 4 votes.
Not 5.
It's 4 votes, but like I said, I would use that letter because it was received by her. It was shared with the board. I would try it. And if nothing else, then you pay her to get out.
Because the village has a right to terminate a manager for or with or without cause with 30 days notice.
Right.
Okay.
So,
okay. Let's think. Wait. Let's think this through. Because even if because I've always said this, and we go with all these different village managers, and we all know that this is a managerial, strong form of government. This is not mayoral form. So therefore, who's going to be up to pace to be able to come and step into this place in order to move the village forward, or to I mean, and who would be the next candidate? How long would that seat be vacant? What would be the next steps moving forward? I mean, because just to get rid of her, okay, so then what's next?
Can I offer a suggestion? Can I offer a suggestion?
Yes,
First
Mayor.
of all, I'm sorry, Bob. I kept stepping. Bob keeps raising his hand, but you got to do it on the computer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't see everybody on my screen, so I'm kind of scrolling to see. So sorry, Bob.
Forgive me. I've put my comments into the
right. I'm trying to check the chat, but I don't see I didn't see any more new chats. So, okay. After you get done, Alden, Bob, you can go.
All right. I've put all the comments I wish to make in the chat box.
Okay.
And please forgive me if I am a little too aggressive.
Oh no, I got to go through them and read them. Go ahead, Mr. Al.
I'm the chat box. First of all, this just to get the current terms correct, we are a weak mayor form of government. It's the managerial government, weak mayor, which means the mayor has no authority in the day-to-day operations. He shouldn't have even been in there whenever they suspended or did whatever they did with the police chief. That's totally just the village manager, period. Now, the village manager, smart village manager, would have brought that to the board first, since this person is an employee of the board.
Yep.
I mean, actually, the village managers. Who are we talking about? We're talking about the police chief. Police chief works under the village manager. So, but they still would have alerted the village board, not just the mayor, but the entire board. Okay, so it's a weak mayor form of government, not strong mayor, which is what's happening right now. Basically, it's a weak mayor form. I forgot what else I was going to say, but I was trying to really get to what Bob's question was.
Go ahead, Bob. What was the question? If you.
Now, Sharice asked, what do you do in the interim?
Oh, okay. Oh, the interim. I'm sorry. That's what it was. In the interim, what I would suggest, Sharice, is that we have former village managers, in fact, on this very call, We have former village. I would bring someone in there in the interim, because you can't bring in somebody new who doesn't know the village business. You got to have somebody that knows the village business to come in there in the interim. It doesn't have to, it's not a full-time employment, it's in the interim to hold the fort together, and also, quite frankly, watch her, usher her out. Because you can't have records destroyed, you can't have stuff misappropriated. You can't do that. That would be very risky. Not somebody from the outside. Has to be. We got two on this call. We got Albert Shaw and we got David Sevier, both on this call right now. Or you could bring them both. I don't know what you do, but you bring somebody in the interim and tell her, bye, we'll pay you for the next 30, 45 days, whatever it is. Just good riddance. But you want to be there, somebody to be there and know what's going on to usher her out in the interim.
Well, Al, I got a question on that one, because I can tell you this is what happened. Last time we had when we were able to catch her and what we suspended her for. What that morning, how would we go about watching her walk out the door? Because by the time I got there, when I got to Village Hall, Sonia called and said, hey, I think that the mayor is at Village Hall. From what I'm being told, he's in there and he's trying to gain control of the situation, and that's when I put my shoes, sweatpants, shirt, ran straight up there. How do you control walking her out the door?
You want to know the proper way to get rid of an employee? That's what you want to know?
Well, how can we do it without the mayor? Because what the problem came in, Dave, was that his butt was sitting right there, and Chief Wilson wasn't in there. And then naturally, Chief Wilson isn't here now. But is this when we call the Illinois State Police, like he tried to pull on Wilson or the sheriff? So
what should have happened immediately that night? One of the trustees should have been delegated to call IT and inform IT that the village manager is being suspended, removed, or whatever. All access needs to be denied immediately. The police department should have been called next to let them know that she should not have access to that building starting tomorrow morning, or as of tonight going forward, that she is not allowed on the premises until a decision has been made by the board. That's what should have happened, period.
But Daryl Bolden is not getting ready to listen to a trustee tell him to
Daryl Bolden will listen to a trustee if that trustee is telling him a vote has been taken. I am designated by the board to notify you that ABCDFG needs to occur. And that is it. Period.
Guaranteed he wouldn't have did it.
Guaranteed he would have done it. Guaranteed he would have done it, because we have done it several times in the past. So I cannot say that he wouldn't have done it.
Not up under Rue Daz. No.
Oh no. Well, I don't know, but that's the way they should have been handled, because you're getting rid of your top executive.
And I agree with you, but I'm just telling you, he would not have done that.
Okay. Well,
that is bizarre. I don't understand what the hold is over these people, that they are just complicit with this. I don't understand it.
It's the same hold as the previous administration had. It ain't no different. Let's not act like we got a new animal in the room. This is the same thing that happened before. It's the same thing.
But
so
Gina,
let's not act like it's brand new, because it's not brand new.
But Gina, that's the point of notifying not just IT, but also the police department, which means that the police is not, if IT did not do the job, the police department's job is to make sure that she does not enter the premises. That's why those two are notified. Not just one person, but those two.
David, didn't that something similar happen to you when you were denied access, or who was that? There was somebody was denied access to the For the record, Lanier. You're right. That was Lanier.
Thank you very much. For the record, that did not happen to me. For the record, so let's just keep that clean.
David, you got put out. You don't want to acknowledge that.
Let's just keep the record clean. Now, let's keep the record clean.
No, going on because, you know, Howard, he's an employee too, Daryl Bolton. Right? So how is it that?
How is that? In the absence of the village manager, the board is the acting body until somebody's put in place. So what that's how it rolls up.
Yeah, and I don't understand how somebody could say, "Oh, I'm not going to do something." That's you know, insubordination. You've been fired too.
Okay, I have never experienced the director telling me they're not going to do something. So I don't know that. I haven't experienced that, so I can't tell you that occurs. I didn't experience that.
You said if one trustee calls and tells him to do it, he's going to do it. That's not going to happen.
That's not what he said. He said that's the direction of the board.
Describe the conditions.
Thank you. Explain
no,
that.
He said if one trustee was supposed to call him and tell him that she's been suspended. And
that
then
was
he
just
would
a part of the statement, Gina. The rest of the statement was
that said that it had to, that the board had already voted, and that's what that after they voted, then that one trustee contacted and said it's been voted on. That's what.
And you don't think he's going to talk to Rude Ass first before he does it?
No,
really?
The trustee would have to say that they were designated by the board to make the call. That's the key to the conversation.
There's an authority for that conversation.
That's the way it's supposed to work. We're talking under Rude Ass reign. Okay, he don't go by the book. Rude Ass does what the heck he wants to do.
And
let's be very clear.
That has to stop.
And his people too is what you're saying. So he couldn't have been fired too for not doing what he's supposed to do, for saying no, he's not going to do something.
I can't answer that.
We can't answer that because that did not happen.
No,
so
I don't understand that.
Here's the other piece of the puzzle. When they put Chelios in there to run things, Rude Ass gave him orders not to touch the finances. Don't put your nose in this. Don't do that. Don't do this. And Chelios had to tuck his tail and do what Rude Ass said. This is Rude Ass world, y'all. This is not a regular world that we living in UP. We living under a madman.
We trying to change that.
You paranoid.
Gina. That stuff gonna stop. I found that letter and it's January 24th.
Okay.
Now I'm looking for her contract.
I wanted to stop. January 24th. Is that within the 30 days notice that you all need?
Nope.
Well, there you go.
You know what? So what? 2 days.
4 days.
2 days makes a difference. 1 day makes a difference.
You need 30 days.
4 days.
Okay, let's do this. Does it state business days or does it state regular 30 days on that contract?
30 calendar days, girl. 30 calendar days.
Got it.
And you know his lawyer type.
When the board is so dumb about the other stuff, they may not even know that. Because remember, they don't know nothing.
But she knows it.
Don't you
say that. It's still a contract, and believe me, she gonna make sure she gets her money and have it extended, especially if she wants to stay, and also they want her to stay.
Okay, who read the contract?
I read it.
Oh, okay. You're credible. And it says 20
days. Sonia read it.
No, the other people read it. They stated they read it. Now, do I remember? No, I don't remember the entire contract, but I read it.
Well, to give some credit to what David is saying and what Gina is saying, without saying too much, the agreement were what we were trying to do, especially on administrative leave. Some way, somehow, like Gina said, I don't know why they designate him to be the individual to make sure Miss E is walking out the door. And like Sonia said, I mean, executive session, I never seen, I mean, like I said, two executive sessions ago, Sonia and I just sat there holding the phone. Because it's unbelievable how you have people just sit there and stare you right in the face. It's almost like they might as well snap a picture. I think one time, Sonia tell you, I tapped my computer, I said, hello, is it working? My iPad. I tapped. I said, is it working? Everybody just sitting there silent and looking at me.
Mm.
And I'm saying, this woman, she done did X, Y, and Z, and we need to take action, and everyone's just sitting there listening. But in this case, we know what we said. And one thing that I would give credit to Chelios is that they did not, well, first of all, the mayor put it in black and white. So you know what we did with it immediately. As soon as it came, we sent it right where it belonged. To show that, yes, someone's running something here. This is a weak mayor government, like Al McCowan said. There's no reason why the mayor tells the fire chief, who's the interim village manager, you are only here temporary. You will not, do not touch the financial documents. I can't remember what else that was in there, but he lists several things that Chelios is not supposed to touch. In fact, what made it even worse, Chelios, well, a lawsuit came out that was supposed to be handled correctly. For whatever reason, how did the mayor get it? And the mayor sent it out and it went to everybody else, or it ended up going out. It was a sensitive lawsuit that ended up going to employees by the mayor. So he needs to sit back, but I do agree with David. I think at least on this go around, yeah, I think a trustee needs to be designated to it. But here's the problem with that, in which I always say, hey, I'm the one with the seniority, but they always seem to point towards someone else to do it.
The trustee needs to be designated to do what? I misunderstood that part. I was stepped out.
Yeah, well, when it for a weak mayor government, this mayor was involved with the day-to-day operation, and he was so bold about it. Al, he went ahead and he put it in black and white and told Chelios,
yeah,
do not touch the finance, no documents whatsoever, because your position here is very temporary.
Yep, that's what he told him.
And he was bold enough to put it in black and white. And the problem I had was that night, what the Jenkins and I were trying to do, we were trying to at least get the chief to go pick up her phones. But now that I know David just said a point, because we wanted the police chief to go get the phones, the car, everything. Because I hear at her house, she has the same thing that she has in her office. Apparently they fixed all this up during COVID. They didn't even tell us about it. So really when she was off, she was still working. Because one of the comments, I know Al Penn laughing, yeah, when she was off, she really was still working, because at the end of the day, she answered the phone at the golf course when the police showed up and the gentleman said, hey, Miss E, wait a minute, you're supposed to be on administrative leave.
Right.
So really,
and Bolden didn't shut her down.
And Bolden did not shut her down.
And he going to.
Yes, we asked for all of that. And what makes it worse is that not only, I agree with Gina when we talking about this is a different breed, because when you all did something, trust me, when Al McCown was the mayor and Vivian covers the mayor, no matter what, at least the village knew when somebody was walked out the door and how it was done. In this situation, I'm sorry, this is a whole new ball game. This is like mafia style. I cannot.
I found the contract, and the contract says this agreement made and entered into this 23rd of February 2021. Okay, and the way I feel about that is, what's the day? They've been doing whatever they want to do. It's time for us to do whatever we want to do. What's the day?
Yeah.
What does it say about termination of the
contract?
contract?
The same thing. I was reading over it myself. I just pulled it up, so I'm kind of going through it. And January has 31 days, so we are within the time frame.
What's the notice period for termination or non-renewal?
And that's what I'm going through. So when I see it, then I'll read it out to everybody.
Right.
I see Al Penn, you have your hand up to address something, but if I see it, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
No, I just was gonna make a statement. Just hearing this from Trustee Brooks. It's like my grandmother used to say to me, you can dance with the devil and he can put his smudge marks on you. and what I'm saying is, and we have to ask the question, and I'm hoping Theo Brooks and Trustee Jenkins can really start to source this out because they're on the inside. When you have trustees that are doing this that belies common sense, they're compromised. There's no way for me to say it. They're compromised. My question is, how were they compromised? Were they compromised by the village manager? Were they compromised by the mayor? Were they compromised by both? Because when logic lacks its definition, then there's something more than what we are able to see. Because this makes no sense to me. Absolutely no.
Well, we think we know how one is compromised already. Heard it tonight with the funds, Got to figure out a way to get those 3 or 4 votes. That's the key. I mean, the other gentleman, Bob, who got off the phone, he had an excellent idea. Maybe y'all discussed it. Administrative leave. You do that pending investigation. I mean, that happens all the time in government positions. Happens to police officers all the time.
Okay, so on the section 4, the term for manager Faulkner's contract, it says the employee acknowledges that she will serve in the position of village manager unless terminated by either party with or without cause by 30 days with written notice to the other party.
Yep, I knew it was there. I know it's there. That's standard language for any manager contract.
Other than for cause.
No, it could be for cause or no
with
cause.
or without cause.
It's with or without
No,
cause.
what I'm saying is, if you violate something, if you violate, you can get terminated immediately. If you break the law.
Right, which is what she's done.
Right.
But they didn't terminate it. They letting the contract get up to the renewal date. So you can't say we're gonna terminate you, or you can't have both. It's got to be one or the other.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does the contract have an automatic renewal in there?
Without the 30-day notice, yes.
That's what it states?
Without the written 30-day notice, the contract is not canceled. It continues.
Donna, what does the contract say?
I'm looking. It doesn't say automatic renewal, but let me go.
It doesn't say that? If it doesn't say that,
it's not automatic renewal. It's not automatic removal. It's an extension.
Does it have an extension in there?
No, it's not written in there. But if you don't get
the state of Illinois doesn't permit those kind of contracts unless it designates. It's got to be written.
Okay.
She on the way out.
Huh? Because most contracts will say, unless they will say, they give a period. It could be 6 months, it could be 30 days, whatever. The contract, if you want to try to renew it. I mean, if it automatically renews, it will state that.
But what happens in certain situations, Mayor McCowan, for personnel contractual issues, if you're not notified within 30 days, it's automatically extended. Now, what period is extended for? It could be another 30 days, it could be another 60 days, but it's just an extended period, a courtesy period given, and based on historical practices at the village, that's going to be an automatic continuation. For how many days, I don't know, but I know any good attorney is going to argue that based on past practices.
Yeah,
they've been doing it as past practice. You're right, David. I think.
Right. They have never renewed a contract on time. They've never done any of that in a proper manner, and the person sitting in the seat has always been extended until a new contract has been done.
Yep, or interim. That's correct.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I just had one question, and I beg to differ. I'm signing. I don't want to sound ignorant because I'm kind of am on this. What did she do?
I'm sorry. I know, but what did she do? I must have missed
As trustee,
What did she
as
do?
trustee Brooks to outline his lawsuit.
Can I ask that? Can I ask that and be funny about it?
Yeah.
You know, when they was lying about I stole $10,000 and they wanted to arrest me and have me convicted and locked up when they said I stole money, this one actually stole it and they done nothing. How about that?
Oh.
And like McCowan said, somebody went to jail because they took 500. They were terminated because they took 500. This woman took 54.
No, they weren't terminated. They were prosecuted for taking $500.
There's a way of answering her question though, Sharice's question. Anyone other than a trustee who's heard the rumors or allegations can state what they are.
Yep. Well, Trustee Brooks has outlined them in a lawsuit.
She lied in front of at the budget meeting about it being a donor that donated the $54,000. She lied in front of everybody. That's on tape right now. You can watch it on YouTube.
Yep, she did.
And sexual assault on one of the village employees. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
Yeah, but the fact that she said the money came for a donor is even a bigger problem. Because not only did you steal the money, you intentionally lied about the fact of where the money came from. So you did that with intent to steal.
Right.
Sharice, they're talking about a bonus that she gave out to people.
Thank you. I was going to say that was, you got to get the backstory. So Sharice, what it was is that 54 to 56,000, whichever one, thousand was taken from the village and given to people for bonuses, the employees, as well.
Favorite people.
And then that it was not approved by the board. And also when asked about it at a board meeting, the village manager said she didn't take it from the village general funds. She got this money from a donor, a private donor. Then
first she said she didn't have to answer that. And
first she said she did, but then she said at the board meeting that I got this money from a private donor and I did not get it from the general funds. Then after the fact, and it was questioned again at the next board, another board meeting or before that, it was found out that she said, oh, I took it from the permits part of the general funds and that's where I got the money from. So it's already been stated that she lied first and said that she didn't. Then once she was caught up, she came and said, oh, I did take it. And I got it from the permits part that I received from Amazon. Well, that was extra stuff. But the permits line item, which is the general funds, basically money. And that's where I got it from. And then from that, she gave everybody bonuses. She gave herself She gave herself $3,500. And it went down the line.
And that happened.
Right. It went through all the employees direct. Everybody received it. On average, everybody pretty much got about $1,000. The directors got $1,000. The other ones got $500. Majority of them got like $500. Jacilia got $2,500. But all of this was done on her own without any board approval, without the board knowing anything about it. And it never came to the board to vote.
The board just found out, the trustees just found out about it a few months ago. And it was through Sonia, Trustee Bell, that because one staff wanted to know, are we going to get another bonus? And that's how Trustee Sonia found out about it. And she started investigating.
So ain't no telling what else we don't know about.
Yeah, because the problem with that from that standpoint, if the village manager would take funds out of general fund and give them to herself, there's no telling what compromise has been done with the board. Because if the board is saying that's okay for her to do that, then what does she do in terms of the board?
Thank you.
Was that a private donor? Was it not a private donor? Did the board get part of that? Nobody knows what the real number is because it came out of the general fund.
And not on top of that, what else makes it bad is that she's been on record saying time after time, the village can't give money to the kids because they don't have any money. Remember, they didn't have $600 to give to baseball. So, I mean, if you don't have money to give to the kids, how are you giving away bonuses and giving something to yourself? So that's another issue too.
The permit fees from Amazon was 900,000. That's what she dipped into.
But you owe $1 million, but you're gonna take 53,000 and give out bonuses. That's a beautiful thing.
And then what makes it worse is that there's no financials to show anything because they're not providing any financial document. Right. So that's why we can say we have no idea exactly if they did get money, what's been taken, or anything. There has been no financial documents presented to the residents, to anybody.
What's the last one we seen? 2018, 2019, I think.
And with the
I can't say that because I wasn't seeing them even before that.
We saw 2017 last year. It was part of that fake budget they had.
That's right. That's
the fake budget we just seen and critiqued. I think
2017. That's 2017 is 5 years ago.
Yeah, they had actuals from 2017 in that budget.
Right, that was 5 years ago. So
we haven't seen it. Unaudited actuals.
And with the sexual harassment, she was using our lawyers to defend her. They had been paying the lawyers and nobody knew. The trustees did not know. But April 29th, my documentation shows that the lawyers were being paid to defend her with the sexual harassment against another female.
And Donna, didn't they?
When she's employed by the village, isn't she supposed to be covered by?
No. See, that's what you forget. The village manager is a contractor, and that has to be approved by the board.
Got it. Okay.
Elected officials are protected. An attorney have to do them.
Wait a minute, Vivian, you so low. I can't even tell. We can't even tell you talking.
I'm sorry. No, elected officials are protected by the attorney, but not the
exactly.
Employee. No, not
exactly. That has to be voted on.
$1 million that they got from this guy. They loaned them $1 million with a 7% interest, and he said, if I can remember, they have 3 years to pay that back. So is that reflected in the budget that they're paying? Because they got to pay over $300,000 in 3 years. They have 3 years to pay this with 7% interest.
There was no loan reflected.
It was not reflected. Nope.
No loan reflected in that budget.
And it was brought up, and they still let it pass. So we have no idea if they even started paying on it or if anything is paid or what.
Okay, point of clarification question, David. Is it not a limit of $10,000 that a manager can move without the village board approval?
It used to be $5,000.
I don't know what the limitation is, but it has to. No, see, this is what people fail to realize. When the budget is approved, the budget is approved. Can the village manager move money between line items? Yes, they can, as long as it's not increasing additional expenditures that the board has not approved, or it's not receiving additional revenue that the board has not been notified of. Once a budget is approved, they have the ability to move between the budget lines as long as it does not increase or decrease that total bottom line budget.
Correct, because that's a live document. That is
and
correct.
that is generally discussed in the finance committee meeting, so that people understand what's going on with the line items,
of which we no longer have.
Exactly.
Well, it is a finance committee, but we're not getting any documents. But Vivian Covington, was it under your as when you were the mayor that we switched it down? It used to be 10,000 and then it went down to 5,000.
Yes.
Could you say it louder because we can't hear you?
No, I'm saying yes, it's 5,000.
Okay. So that's what I believe, it was changed to 5,000, but that's only in regards to invoices, correct?
Right. And also we got a $14,000, which I asked that question. Where's the $14,000 that we get every year from the bus shelters? Was that reflected in the budget? That's a revenue.
No,
I didn't see it.
No, that was not there.
That's a check they get every year, $14,000 for the bus shelters. I negotiated that. And that's when they started doing advertisements in the bus shelters. And they said when we had some new ones built, and that was a part of. That's why I was trying to get the bus service, 24-hour bus service, which he voted that down. along with the post office, which I still have the documentation. It was called VPO, Village Post Office. He voted that down. After Al had me working on that zip code for years, we got that done. And then we were going to get the post office. They voted that down. Money, revenue, everything I was trying to get there was done. But we get $14,000 every year, and that's how we were going to get and pay for the buses. It was going to be self-sustainable, and it would pay for the 2 buses that we were going to do. We had that presentation there at the village too, but we didn't get that either. But we do get a check every year for those bus shelters. I was going to ask, did you see that in the budget at all?
David, can I ask you, if you can move the money between the line items, what is the deal as far as the escrow account? Because Donna, what exactly?
Escrow. Okay, escrow funds cannot be moved. Escrow funds can only be used for the purpose that they are allotted for.
Okay, because she told us
unless the board decides to make a loan that has to be paid back, it has to be approved by the board, it has to be a written document, and the board has to pay it back within that same fiscal year.
Okay, so I know for sure she told, and I know the board did not give approval because Sonia had no idea of this. But she had told me and Donna that she used what did she say exactly, Donna? The escrow funds were gone, and I said, well, I was told that there was $800,000 in the escrow account. So what happened to all of that money? And she said it has been used on payroll. They had to use it on payroll. So
what are you talking about? The $800,000 for what? What is that for? Regal Farm? What are you referring to?
Whatever that was what I was told that was supposed to be in an escrow from last year when we was asking. They was telling me it should be $800,000 in that escrow account.
But so see, the problem with that, Robin, is I can't comment on that because I haven't seen any financials that support that. So I can't say whether it was escrow money set up, whether it was $800,000 in there, whether it was $2 in there, because I haven't seen any financials. So I cannot comment.
And we dare not ask about
Is Trustee Jenkins on here? Is Trustee Jenkins still on?
And she ain't seen no financial either, so she can't comment on that either.
No, she's not. She's not on anymore.
And how about
that? She ain't seen that no more than I see.
What about the head tax? Yeah. I guess y'all say, what about it, huh?
Yeah, so I don't know what you want me to say.
But that just goes to, like we were saying, that we don't know any of this information because we haven't seen any of the financial documents to support or to even just to make the comment.
One thing I do know is that head tax was enough money at one time. It paid two payrolls. It paid 2 payrolls.
And I've asked at the budget meeting, the hearing, to say, what about, I know that's why I asked the question, do Amazon pay head tax? And the mayor said yes. So, okay, I said, well, I do not see it being reflected in the budget. So why isn't it being reflected? If they're paying, how much are they bringing in along with any of these other businesses that we just received that just came?
I'll tell you what my assumption is. My assumption is any revenue that has not been put in the budget is going to the golf course to pay that golf course bill, because there is nowhere in the world the village can afford to pay $800,000 and some $1,000 to a vendor and not see revenue back to support it, not even a third of that revenue coming in to support it. The village is using something else in order to pay for those golf course expenditures. I'm telling you that now. I don't know what they're doing or how they're doing it, but trust, they are using some other vehicle to pay that, whether it's coming out of the loan that's not in the budget, whether it's coming from the head tax that's not in the budget, whether it's coming from some other things, but there's no way the village has an extra $800,000 and some to give to a golf course that has not generated $200,000 this year.
David, I have my suspicions. Because when I go by there, I see 2 or 3 cars in the parking lot at most. And when the golf course across the street where I live, they had a record last year in the number of golf rounds that they had. Over there, 2 or 3 cars. So I have my suspicions about what's going on. And it, like Albert always labels things that look like this, sounds like a criminal enterprise going on some kind of way. So I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, I can buy into that too. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but we're not getting the benefits of the criminal enterprise. So that's my issue.
Go ahead, Vivian. You got to talk a little loud. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Al. Remember back when you were there? I don't know if your organization is still there, but I know at one time there was 173 memberships at that golf course.
Let's go in here.
And I think we lost all.
Up.
Hello.
Go ahead. I just muted him. Go ahead.
We had 173 golfers up there, memberships, and I know a few people up there. A few of the memberships, I know at least 7 left. And then that's when they were fighting, trying to get their money back. I don't know if your organization still have their membership there or not, but I know they lost memberships like crazy. And that was a lot of revenue coming up there at that golf course at one time. But now there's no memberships, I heard.
Yeah, we had sometimes enterprises don't really want customers. Depending on what they got going on. I don't know what they got going on. I'm gonna leave it at that about the golf course.
My friend went up there and they said they gave them some M&Ms and some water. And she said, you know what? Are you kidding me? And she said, I want my membership. And they had to almost go with their attorneys to get their membership money back. Because they told them they didn't have the money to pay them.
So, like I said, sometimes certain enterprises don't want people coming. They got another way of handling money. I don't, it's all suspicious to me. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Right. Mildred.
Only 2. And I want to know, is he paying for his, is he paying to have these events up there?
We don't.
There should be contracts. There should be contracts of those events. There should be contracts of those events with those folks.
Yep, I had to pay thousands.
There should be. Yeah.
Mildred, I think you wanted to say something.
I was just gonna say, they just approved in bills payable, $128,000 for that golf course. And they said the next day, Miss Coffee was there to pick up the check. The next day.
We in the winter and we paying $128,000 to a golf course in the winter. That's beautiful.
Oh my God. Okay, so I've been trying not to speak on this golf course. I've been trying. I swear to God, I've been trying. So okay, let's just take it back just a second. How is it that we have to pay individuals? Now, let's go back a little bit further. Okay, there was a group at the golf course many years ago. We had a bond that was at the golf course. The bond was being paid off slowly, but surely was being paid off. It was a projected amount that we had to pay off just a little bit when this was under the administration of Mayor Al McCowan. We were almost done with that bond. And I think David had the exact number, the exact date when we were out from under the bond, and then the golf course would have been now operating in the black. At some point, there came a time when there were enterprises that were vying for the golf course to have them take over the golf course and the golf course pay them to occupy the actual golf course. Now, I possibly cannot even understand or fathom the reason why an enterprise like University Park would take on individuals to come onto a golf course and actually give them money to make money on a venue that they should be bringing money into to develop and to bring individuals into our borders. That golf course was to protect our borders. That golf course was to hold the line for the homes to come to be built on that corridor as they came in. That golf course was also to be partnered with Governor State University, none of which those things have actually come to actualization because we cannot seem to catch and hold on to the funds that's coming in there because individuals are fighting over this enterprise. Now, this did not just happen with this administration. The prior administration also gave out the golf course to individuals that they were paying monthly, money that we
did not have in our coffers to give away to an individual to start up another enterprise in another town that is still going strong in another town, while our enterprise is still sitting here being drained like Dracula. And I can't even understand how do we even contemplate to bring an individual here, and that golf course was doing great by itself with the 2-seaters alone, with Alnac that was in there, with everything that was put in place to have that golf course to be a successful revenue generating for University Park, to have a relief on the taxpayers on the rooftops of University Park. And then they want to start complaining about the taxing bodies. How can you complain about the taxing bodies when you steadily allow the administration to bring in individuals and to pay them out? And then you want to come back and complain about the very same thing that you did in the administration, which you were the head of. I can't see it. And that right there, and don't get me wrong, I'm not pointing no fingers, but I'm just telling what the truth and what it is. And the same thing happens, that the same thing that you're complaining about is the same thing that was happening in the prior administration, but everybody's sitting here acting like you don't see it. That is pissing me off, and I'm sorry for the emotion, but that is unreal to me, because you can't sit up here and point at this administration and say, oh, they're doing this, that, and the other, when the same exact thing happened under another administration. You just can't do it. It's not ethical. It makes no sense. But if you want to stop it, then look at how you did it the first place, and then you put in the implications to stop it, because you know how it started. You can't go forward unless you look at the past. And if you ain't willing to do that, you're not being a part of the solution. You're just coming in to throw some type of something in to make it look like you're trying to do something when you're really not.
Exactly. It's a cash cow.
So I wanted to thank you, Sharice. I want those was back there. Hold on, Gina. Hold on. I want those that was back there, which I believe is there, because I understand you were saying that the bond would have been paid off years ago, but that's not true. The bond is, from my understanding, the bond doesn't get paid off until I think it's next year or so. We'll be done.
2 more years.
And in 2 more years. So we never paid off the bond. And then just from my recollection, we were not, they made the golf course made revenue, but it was never enough revenue to account for the bond payment that we have to pay every year. So
how would you know that? How would you know that?
I'm asking. Hold on. I'm making that statement. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why I was about to say, David, and those that was there, could you please, as village managers and the finance people, address that? Okay.
So you're making a question and not a statement. Is that correct?
I arranged the acquisition of that golf course. It was done to protect our western border.
Mm-hmm.
It was set up as an enterprise zone. It was purchased using a non-recourse bond. It was a revenue bond. When I left, it was converted to a general fund, to a general obligation bond, and wrapped around with the bond that was used to build the police department. That's the bond you're talking about.
And that was done in what year, just to clarify?
It had to be 2007. It was done in 2005.
2005 or 7. Between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and you don't want to get confused on what was going on under what administrations. There's a lot of stuff been told. I just kind of sit back and listen.
Right.
A lot of stuff been said.
One of those is so many, is 2 administrations that's on, we in another administration. So that's what I'm saying. We have history all the way back with the village managers that could help clarify. So thank you, Albert, for saying how it went. But then since it was switched over to, you said with the fire department, say that again?
With the police department's bond, which was
Al was saying,
obligation.
I was saying something. What were you saying?
I'd like to finish hearing what you were saying, Mayor McCowan.
The golf course, and David, you know this better than I really. The golf course was really on the upswing when I left as mayor. I know there's been a lot of people that's told a lot of different stories that aren't true. We had great membership, parking lot was full. It was on the upswing. And I don't know what happened after I left. I got a lot of complaints after I left from people about the condition and how it was going down. And I don't want to cast aspersions on it because I don't know all the facts. But that's where it was. And I offered a plan. I did offer a plan to come back and operate the golf course, a nice plan to create a lot of revenue for the golf course because I had a lot of contacts. A lot of the people there that came to that golf course were actually friends of mine. Albert and I were in an organization with those people. That's where you talk about the two-seaters and people like that. And so, and I'm a golfer and Albert's a golfer. I've been playing golf for probably all my life and I've competed. So, you know, you got to know people in golf. The people they brought in are not from this area. They don't know anybody here. And you can't attract these golfers. I see them all the time at other courses. They're like, what's going on at University Park? When you going to go back over there and run it? I get all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, something's wrong right now. In this current administration, something is wrong. I don't know what was happening in Vivian's administration, but I know in this current administration, when I go by that golf course and I see what's going on, something is wrong. How they keep the doors open is beyond me, which is what David said he was alluding to. Where's that money coming from to operate?
Let me incorporate what the mayor's saying and what Albert's saying. You're right, Albert, it did get converted over to GO bond. When it got converted over to the GO bond, we realized that the GO bond and the revenues from the golf course would not be enough to pay the GO bond. So every year when we did our levy, we took a portion of the general funds to reduce the debt on the bond itself, but we also reduced the tax rate, the tax amount, or the amount that the taxpayers had to pay every year. For 7 years straight, we did that while we were working on that GO bond. So we reduced the debt. We reduced the debt payment that needed to be created by the golf course, and we also reduced the taxpayers' dollars. As we went on, the golf course would never make more than $1.6 million the way it is currently built. We always knew that. We knew that based on the numbers, based on the rounds of golf, based on all that. Based on all our research, we knew it would never make more than $1.6 million in its current capacity because you had 3 competing businesses going on. Mm-hmm. But we realized that in the wintertime, it was best to close it for 2 or 3 months and just let the management and the operations work itself out in order to make sure that we were that we were making a profit on the golf course. So we were doing that. At the time that we left, the golf course was making about $1.3 million. It was spending at the time about $1.1 million in total. So we were coming in somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 for the last 2 years beyond that year that we closed. What happened is new administration came in, they felt like they wanted to use temporary personnel. Mm-hmm. So they reached out to a agency to try to bring in personnel. It costs more money to go to that agency to look for people than it would have been to have them as employees because we were hiring people as part-timers, which means we weren't paying benefits. But as you went out to those companies had to make money off benefits, so the prices were higher per hour to bring the staff in.
Extremely.
So that went on, and then you decided to bring in a management company to try to manage the golf course. So now you took the responsibility away from staffing, from the employees who were there, who you were already paying, and those prices got higher because you were bringing in a contractor. Contractor has additional fees. So that began to spiral the golf course down. And those people didn't have a vested interest in the golf course. They were there to try to make money. So the quality went down, the maintenance went down, the upkeep went down. So by the time this administration got here, golf course had lost numerous golfers. It had a bad name, reputation out there. It had too much turnover in terms of the contractors that were in place, and people didn't trust the golf course anymore. So once you lose golfers, it's very hard to get those people back unless you have either an exceptional golf pro there or somebody who was in that industry who know how to lure people there. So you have a gym that's basically going to be debt-free in 2 years, but now you're at the point of, can you operate it at a profit? Because it costs about $75,000. I always say this, I get it wrong or right. It's about $25,000 a week to run a golf course. That's what it takes. That's just upkeep, overhead, and just a minimal staff in it. $25,000 a week. And the sum of that number creeps up. So those are the things, those are numbers you have to know, and things that you have to know when you're trying to manage that golf course. And when you took the village's oversight out of that and the people who knew how to monitor those things, that's what took it downhill. Because you lost an accountant who was put over there who understood what those revenues need to look like. And she did everything in her power to make sure that we held the golf pro, the shop, and the restaurant to the numbers that we needed to have to make it profitable. You lost the finance director, you lost the collector, you lost the 3 people who understood how those numbers should look. And the funny thing about it, I'll never forget this, Al, when Milton Payton told them that, who was the great finance guy we had on the golf committee? What was his?
Al Christian.
Yeah, Al Christian. And he went to him and said, Al, well, we want you to give us the numbers to the golf course because you know the industry. And he told him, you know what? I got those numbers from David. David provided me with those financial numbers. That goes to show you, when you don't know what's going on inside the house, be careful how you change the house, because that's what sent that golf course downtown.
Well, and the other thing is, we understood what we had to generate on a daily basis to hit break point. Exactly. For the restaurant, we knew exactly where we had to be to break even. And I doubt if anyone has understood that. I doubt that, the way that it looks like it's been operated.
Well, another thing that happened was the golf course operations, when it was switched over to a GO, it was put in a budget and forced to operate under a budget. We operated under the revenue stream, so it would not matter whether we had a lot of golfers or a few golfers. There would always be money to defease the bond first, and then the rest of the money could go to golf course improvements.
So the point that David talked about as far as $25,000 a week, that was offset by revenue the golf course generated, the vast majority.
Exactly. So the golf course, if you took the bond completely out, the golf course could be profitable every year. That was what it was. But you had to understand those dynamics. So
thank you, David and Al and Albert, for giving us that history and the breakdown of how that all went. And now everybody is clear, because as I said, it's been put out there. So at least we have some people that's on, not to say that you all were total. I know it could be other people that might say something different, but at least you gave us your history on how it all went.
Right.
And their history is the truth compared to the Foyers. Everything that David said, I saw that in the Foyers when I started receiving all of those Foyers back in 2012. I saw that. Still got it.
Yeah, I know that's one of the things that you bring out all the time, Mildred, is about how they use David's staffing to do a lot of the work. It was something else about to say. Someone else made a comment. I can't even remember. Sharice, did that help you or get you, I don't know, any answers that you wanted, like you said, about it was bringing in the revenue and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, it confirmed what I stated.
Okay.
Well, one thing about it, we have never lost the money that we're losing now. We have never had where the hospitality side was being paid and wasn't open. We never had it where there wasn't a proper liquor license in place. So let's not get that confused. It's never been to this.
What did you just say again? Whoa, we never, no, this is just, all it is it's just increased. It's not that we never had it. It's just that
I didn't say we didn't have it, sweetheart. I said we never had it to this magnitude, the way it's going down the drain now, where the hospitality side, we're paying her $30,000 a month, and you don't even serve a cracker. You can't get an ant off the floor with a crumb because there is no food in the place, and you can't say that they have a proper liquor license when they don't. So
okay, the only difference, I understand what you're saying. The only difference you're saying is you don't have a proper liquor license. But even with the other administration, when Red Star, whoever them were people from Matson was there, you still couldn't get in there and get a drink. All the liquor was being stolen. Everything was missing out of there. All the food was missing out of there. You couldn't have an event up in there. Then depending on who you were, you definitely couldn't even get booked for an event up in there. So it's the same thing. It's just worse.
No, Red Star, as far as I know, they were letting people come in there and have events and things or getting food.
Well, maybe you were part of the elite few
Are you talking about under Shorter? Are you talking about under Shorter?
What is it, Adam? Is that
Adam
his name? Yeah, under Adam. And prior to that, like I said, maybe you were part of the elite few that could go in there and get it done.
I am, ma'am.
Well,
Sharice, let me ask you, have you been over there? Have you been over there recently, Sharice?
I have been over there at the Ghost Town. I have seen the Ghost Town.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. You named it, Ghost Town.
Yes.
I've never seen that golf course like that.
It hasn't been that empty, no, but it has been empty. It was not as vibrant as it was prior.
What you said
it was like that all summer, except on the weekends when they were holding those parties.
The whole summer.
No, it's never been open. We've never been up in there. Now, your mayor goes in there and party, and he take the trustees up in there. He has different events. He allows two different events. When we were doing the drive, we went by there, and the place was just swarmed with all kind of people. He had it open then. Of course, there was no air conditioner going on, so they had all the windows. You're talking about tacky? I've never seen the golf course look like that. And I remember one thing, and I got to say this. When Mayor McCowan opened up that golf course under his administration, he said in the beginning that we're not going to make much money. He said we're going to secure the borders. And I respect that. We're not going to make much money, but at least we'll have a nice, beautiful facility up there. And that's precisely what we had, because my children, my son and my nephew was in baseball and football. We would have to go to Linwood and have banquets to give them their trophies and things. We didn't have no place in the village. So I was mighty proud of that golf course when Mayor McCowan opened it up. My husband and I used to eat steak dinners up in there, $30. And it was wonderful. They had swans, a pair of black swans and a pair of white swans that they had in the water. You couldn't ask for anything better. It was a very, very classy place. And
within
then
our village, that's right.
When he left, it started to spiral down real fast.
All the class left.
And that's what the anger is in me, because I saw this happen. My husband saw it happen. My children saw it happen. People that's been here for some time have seen that happen. Mayor McCowan was truthful to us, with us, and he told us what we were doing.
Good, bad, ugly, or indifferent, period.
But now, oh my goodness, you call it a ghost town? It is. It's worse than a ghost town. I don't believe a ghost town is that dirty.
Well, here's the thing that's the bad part. The worst part is there's been no reports for 2 years.
No.
And the village board has been giving them $840,000 a year for those 2 years. That equates to about almost $1.7 million. Not one single damn report.
Well,
y'all figure it out.
Well, I could say just to throw a good view on this, it's not too late. The golf course can be recovered based on what's going in the market. I know what's happening in the market. Based on what's going on in the market, it's actually COVID is helping the golf industry, because people can work from home and they can sneak out and play golf while they're working from home. That's what they do. So it can be recovered, but you have to have the right organization running the golf course. If it continues this way, I don't know how the village is going to sustain itself.
So that's one of my questions is, so David, you were saying that the bond is going to expire in 2 years, which would mean that we don't have to pay that bond for the golf course. And Al McCowan and anybody else on the call, what can be done when that happens? Because
well, you got to start now. It's not wait to the bond. You got to
well,
change the management.
I know not. I'm sorry. I know not now. I mean, not waiting to then, but we know what is going to happen in the future.
Yeah,
so
right.
We need to know the stuff that needs to go happen right now.
David, you want to take that first, or you want me?
I'll take it. I'll take it first. You can come back and beat me up afterwards. Basically, you need to get some. You need to get some managers in there, not companies. You need to get people who the village can control, such as employees, such as you need a good golf pro, and you need a good restaurant manager, assistant manager who has some event coordinator experience to try to build that golf course up.
And a good groundskeeper, David.
Right, you need a good groundskeeper. I'm getting to that. And you need a good financial person who's going to be on site that's going to assist with making sure that those numbers meet the benchmarks that they need to meet to get there. It's probably right now, looking at that, it's going to take about $500,000 to get that golf course up to where it needs to be in order to have it up and open by April or May.
Okay, I'll take a shot. I'll take a shot then. Now, I don't want to have this sound wrong, because I don't want to sound like I'm tooting my horn, okay? But I'll just say this bluntly. Y'all can laugh at me if you want. They need to hire me to come up there and run the golf course. I extended that before.
I agree with you.
I don't mean to be sounding, because see, all those things that David has said are accurate, but you have to have someone, you do have to have a manager type. I'm not saying a company, a manager type running the golf course. And that's not necessarily a golf pro. Golf pros are not always good managers of golf courses. You have to have someone who knows the people and has a relationship with the people to have them trusting enough to come back. They ain't gonna come back if they don't know you. They're gonna still stay at those courses where they've gotten accustomed to. We're golf. I'm sorry, Albert, go ahead.
It's a people business.
Yeah.
It's a people-oriented business. Customer service is how you keep people at a golf course.
And in the interim, if you don't have relationships with the golf courses around and the golf pros and around, it's going to be hurtful, because when I walked up there and saw the grass hadn't been cut, they said, well, we had our equipment broke down. You know, the first thing I said, well, there's plenty of other golf courses around that don't mind loaning you their equipment to help you out. They do it between each other, but you got to have those relationships. And they don't have the relationships right now. And I don't believe anybody not from this community or familiar with the community can come in and do it right away. Even Billy Casper can't do it, because they're about making money. I've seen them ruin other golf courses before down the road. What they do is they put the minimum amount of effort in them just to keep them somewhat playable.
And take their money off the top.
Yes. And then all the supplies that they're buying are through their own companies that they have relationships with. You know, so you got to have somebody like me to come and run it. I don't know how else to say it. That's familiar with the community and knows the business. I'm a manager. I've been doing this stuff for years, you know, in a different venue.
So Albert, I remember you presenting at one of the board meetings your plan to want to take over. What came from that?
It appears that someone else copied my plan and presented it for themselves. I had a pretty comprehensive plan laid out.
I guess you just had to get it copyrighted, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Well,
the owner want to know how to steal.
That's what it appears to happen, though.
But that's something that you're still willing to present again to the board.
I would, because I don't want it to fail. I mean, it's important to the community.
Well, I just want to make sure it's put out there. That's something that you're interested in still doing.
Yes, I would still do it.
Present at a board meeting, and I didn't know what the results came from. I think I knew, but I just wanted to make sure everybody on the call knew. But if that's something that you said that you're still interested in doing, I think you should be able to present it again.
Okay, I would be willing to do it. I'm interested in doing it.
Because we see what's going on with what we have now.
Right.
I do remember that plan being copied and represented. I forgot all about that.
You'll have a copy of it.
Go ahead, Vivian. I see your hand up. Sorry. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
I said that was my question too. I was going to ask Al what happened to his presentation.
Okay.
I didn't know it was voted down or what. Did
Okay.
they discuss it or what?
Okay.
Theo's off the line, right? Yeah, guess he's gone.
Yes, he's gone. Okay.
I do know one thing. I was talking with someone, and the two men that filled the golf course, the lawn for years, have an interest in coming back. They almost cried when they saw that.
You talking about the groundskeepers, you mean?
Yeah, Mike and is it Manny?
Marty.
That's it.
Marty.
Yes.
And I stole him from Deer Creek. He's a good one.
They're excellent.
Ms. Morgan.
Yes.
Are you at liberty to talk about what happened with the FBI interviews?
I'm rarely caught off guard, but whoa. You took me off guard. I wasn't told that I couldn't talk about it, but I think because of much controversy that's going on, I'd rather not. But I'm hopeful. Very, 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 very hopeful.
Okay.
And I haven't felt this good in a long time.
Good.
Well, that says a lot.
Right.
No more umbrellas.
I don't know about that. It's on who gets in office. And if you start pissing on me and telling me it's raining, I got to whip it out, you know? But yeah, I'm very, very hopeful. Very, very hopeful.
Ask a question before we get off. Can we just talk about what the next steps are? Because there needs to be you have a long conversation like this, and I'm a plan kind of a person. It'd be good to understand what the next steps are going to be toward, and it may take more than just a few of these steps, but you got to start. Got to start making some steps to get a change up there on the board.
I agree. We agree. I know some just from the conversation I got pulled up, like, hopefully this is something, I don't know about the contract with the village manager or whatever, but to say if we can get the trustees to motion to amend it, to get her to publicly ask for her to be terminated. I'm going to push that on to trustees to see if they would do that. I don't know what it's going to stand with her contract, but that's something that I'm definitely going to reach out to them to do, and hopefully they do. And then also when you were saying, Al McCowan, about getting some literature out there that is non-political, to let people know exactly what's going on and what's the effects how the residents are affected by some of the decision making that was done, that can probably help get more residents to be more involved. So that's one of the two takeaways that I've got. I'm not sure about anybody else, but
I think those are great starts.
Yeah.
Right.
Any idea of who would do the literature and how we would disseminate it?
I'm not sure. I know Vivian Covington, you said that CCC was putting out literature, but I think it would be good, like he was stating, that it was nonpartisan or
right.
political to be out there. So if that's something that you all are willing to help with that doesn't have CCC information on, or I don't know if it's going to be a key person to send all information to that people want to have stories. I really don't know yet. We just talked about it, but if someone is interested in doing that, then definitely, I guess, raise your hand.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just say we can attempt to identify a venue or a way in order to get that done, and then we can just, hone in on it a little bit later.
Right. I mean, well, I can say that the community Zoom does have an email address, and if I can remember it. So for anybody that is interested, let me find the email address myself first, that if you have things that you want to put out there, information, you could send it to the email address, which is u.p.communityzoom@gmail.com. And is basically University Park Community Zoom, but at u.p.communityzoom@gmail.com. And if anyone sends over some information that they would want to be in the literature, I think it's something that we should kind of be base it off of a couple things and not have like a whole list of all these different things. And talk about, for instance, one effect is how, like you said, Al McCown, about Carvana, how that is going to affect us as residents. If you have information on how that affects us, then please be more than welcome to send it to that email, and then we can compile an actual correspondence that can say everything that needs to be said, because you kind of know what was originally there. Like you stated, it was the grant was supposed to be there to bring in a multi-use walkable unit. Mm-hmm. That's what it was saying. That's what it was supposed to be, right? So we don't know that. Not say we, but everybody don't know that. I didn't know that.
Well, I'll be glad to talk with a couple of people about trying to put together some helpful things.
Some bullet points.
Al, I've already got a brief on that TOD. I sent it to when Sharice's mom was on the board. She had asked me for something to that effect, and I created a synopsis of the TOD.
Good. Let's go through that.
Like 5 pages.
Yeah. Let's go through that, and then we'll pass it on.
Yeah, okay. If you can give me that information, we can put it together. And since you already got something, that could be just pretty much modified, where it's kind of more of like a 1 page to send out to residents.
Right.
Different things.
Okay.
And then we are like, we do ask and say, hey, what is this the cost to send this stuff out? Those that want to donate, they can donate. We have not asked for any money. I'm not on any board. Mildred, this is her. She has a board. I think they're working on a board. So whatever money it is, if we are all interested in putting something out, then somebody can bring it together. It'd be a key point person to say, hey, I give my whatever money, and this is the literature that is going to go out. This is what we want to have circulating. And then we'll talk about the
we can talk about the specifics later. We can talk about the specifics and
right, the time frame or
what's the next steps from this meeting. So what else are we doing?
So that's what I can say. So if y'all want to send it to that email address, you can do that.
I think Vivian's hand is up.
Oh, I can't see. Oh, there we go. Go ahead. Vivian, then Al. If you're saying something, I can't hear you.
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
I think I put a little small post just to give people some ideas. I thought maybe they would, some people would grab it, because I'm trying to encourage the residents to get involved. I think because we are experiencing what we are experiencing with people getting on the boards and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I think it's a good idea that we come up with a investigative crew, and it could be called I See You. So that way we can vet whoever names comes up and that want to run or any positions, village managers or whatever. We as residents, we need to take it ourselves and do something with it. We need to go into their files and find out what they're all about, where they used to live, get some more background information. Because for Miss E to be put on us like she was, and for us to be experiencing this, what does that say about us? We're not doing our homework. we're not taking care of our village. We think that those 7 people are going to take care of this village. No, it doesn't go like that. It doesn't go like that. It's up to us. It's up to us to take an interest in our village and find people or vet people to see what they're all about before they get in office. So I think that I thought maybe somebody would pick that up, but we could do that with Community Zoom. The purpose of Community Zoom is to educate. I got so sick and tired of everybody, a lot of people I talk with, I don't know, I didn't know that, you're kidding, and things that they should have known. So this is why we developed Community Zoom, so that we could bring in credible people, people that have walked the walk and have done things and seen things, and they can come in and educate us. I don't know everything, and a lot of us don't know everything, but it's up to us to learn. We've got to be eager to learn, or we're going to end up with a ghost town. Our village is going to look raggedy, more raggedy. You know, we're going to be constantly embarrassed by the board that we have, because there's going to be other people that are going to want to get on the board just to go on a trip, just to get a couple of dollars. They have low self-esteem, and they want to go around and put their fingers in their lapel and want to act like they're somebody while taking monies from us. I mean, if you just look at what is happening, we
Millie froze on us.
Huh? Did I freeze?
No, but is there one more step? Because we have 2 steps. If we can get 3 steps, then we're good.
Go ahead, Alpin.
Here's you know, I think what happened tonight was really invaluable. This can be disseminated to residents throughout the village. It's recorded, and I think everybody in the village knows at least 2 or 3 people they can send this to.
Yeah.
And I think that will be the first step in terms of trying to organize the village behind the sufferer. There's a lot of information that a lot of people in town probably do not know about. You know, we've had 2 mayors, we had 3 village managers, you have a trustee on here. This can give them a real insight in terms of how the town is supposed to be ran. I think this Zoom call tonight should be disseminated to your D list with and that really, I don't have any concern about, you know, if Joe gets it or any other trustee gets it, because it's truthful and it has a lot of purpose. And so I think if you can take this Zoom call and disseminate it throughout the village, I think what you can do is really start to gain some attention from that board, because they're going to know that people are watching and people are really upset about what they're doing.
I see you.
Okay. Al, that was something that we was going to do. That's why we was making sure we record this. We was going to put it on the University Park Community Zoom YouTube page, and it's University Park Community Zoom. It's a YouTube page where we was going to post it on, and you can, you know, people can subscribe, you can push it out to, you can copy it, forward it over to whoever you need to forward it over to. I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's too big for Nextdoor. If it'll go, I don't know how they do with videos, because I never posted a video on Nextdoor. So, I mean, this is pretty long.
You can post the link. You can post the link.
Oh, just the link. Okay. So if I post the link, then they can watch it. So I will post the link on Nextdoor. And for those that want to see it, a lot of people do read Nextdoor. They might not comment, but they do read it. So it'll be on there. And also I posted on the University Park Community Zoom YouTube channel. So it'll be out there. And you can always forward it to whoever. So once I post it on Nextdoor, you can copy it, and then you all can send it to whoever you want to send it as well.
That's 3 great steps. Thank you, Donna.
You're welcome.
And if I could just say this, and I really mean it, I can't keep coming off as the bad guy. I can't. You know, everybody just like me because I tell the truth. I tell the truth. And because of the way I tell the truth, and that's because you don't hear it when I say it to you nicely, you start, people dislike you. I can't be the only one that's the bad guy. Some of you all gonna have to get your hands dirty. Donna, I love her because she is just so sweet and so confident and so patient. And she does so much. Oh my goodness. But there's gonna have to be other people. Robin, I love what you do. You'll dance on a person's nerve, trying to get that money for the kids, and that's so good. But we got to knock on doors and get people more involved with this community.
Vivian, you got your hand up.
It's a lot of people when I talk to the candidates a long time.
Can you talk a little louder?
I'm sorry. A long time ago, we used to be able to, what Mildred said about education, educating the people, the candidates that are running. There's no anything, because the organization I run right now, we are doing some forums for judges. People don't even know how to select judges. There used to be forums. Used to be Barbara McKinley. We used to have a newsletter that had everybody that ran for office. Al, you remember that? And what they were about, a resume about them, their background. I asked these candidates, I asked Karen, which is, I don't know how she's going to run for state rep, but you asked her about what does she know about the village. She's not village, she hasn't voted in the Village University Park. Okay, you got people that have never come to a board meeting. I was involved 17 years before I even ran for office. The people don't know anything about legislation, don't know about the policies, don't come to the board meetings, don't come to our committee, but yet they're going to run for office. One person told me they're retired and they had nothing else to do, and she needs the extra money. That's just what we got right now. So it should be education. People don't really know when they get this beautiful literature and all this stuff, and they don't really know. When you put the facts out there, they just throw that away. But people are getting up there that has no knowledge of the village, and it's dangerous. Nothing about them personally, but it's dangerous because they don't really know a lot of stuff about the village, and some that do, you know, they don't run. But we need people that really want to help the village and have a passion to do it, because I have a passion regardless of what anybody feels. I had a passion for this village, but you got to understand something. All 7 people up there are individuals. That's why I told Theo the last meeting we had, for somebody to take you off a committee, you've been working on that water company. You've been working with the water. No one can take you off. Joe's not your boss. You are independent. When I was a trustee, Al McCown let me do the IT, and I brought information technology out here and saved the village $400,000 because I brought technology. We were DSL. We did not have DSL out here. We're analog. So he allowed you to work on a project you want to work on. No one can take you off of that, but a lot of them don't know. But if we can put out there and let people know, you need to ask these candidates what's their purpose of running, and they'll tell you. Half the time they'll tell you they don't even know. And you ask them, okay, what are you supposed to do as a trustee? Do you know about policy and legislation? Just ask a question. But one thing, everybody, please understand, you can't just dump on one person. It takes 4 votes, as you all heard that tonight, 4 votes. But if you don't have the 4 votes, you're destroyed. And nothing you can do about it. Your hands are tied. And that's hard. And it's difficult to do that. But if you can educate the people and let them know what they have to do, or interview them, or put it out there on Zoom. And when the candidates start running, put them on Zoom, because we're going to be interviewing people too. Why are you going to run? What's your background? What are you going to contribute? That's all. And I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, well, Vivian, that's what we did the last time, and everybody was running. We had the school board representatives, we had Moni Township representatives, we had the trustees on. Anybody that was running, we had the form, and they was allowed to answer questions and say what they wanted to do for the University Park. And then we also have upcoming, in the beginning of March, we're going to be inviting the representatives that are running now. So like the Senator Joyce, the Lawrence Stanley, a lot of these different representatives that are running, the judges, I'm going to send invitations out to them that are running to invite them to the community Zoom so they can talk to the residents of University Park, and the residents of University Park can talk to them. Because a lot of people don't know exactly who all they're voting for when they go to the ballot, especially when it's not presidential election. And then the local ones, they don't know everything. So that's for the first 2 weeks of March. I'm trying to get those that are running to attend, so we as residents can say how important University Park is to us, so they can know that it's important, that they should know that it's important as well.
Okay,
So,
I'm glad that you say that, Donna,
I'll send her your
because
information.
Jessica,
She's running for office. She's a judge. She's running for a circuit court out in Will
if
County. I'll give
all
you
those people that are running, if y'all, cause you want to send that information, send it to that email or just send me a text or whatever, let me know. What you say, Sharice?
I said I was glad to hear that because I know Jessica Colin Sayer is running for circuit judge, and she asked, and I was going to call and see how to get her on the Zoom.
Please send me the information. Yep, I want the judges. That's definitely the judges.
Something on their report card. They all have a report card that they're done. A lot of people don't understand that about the report cards, and I'll send you some information about that, Donna, because that's a real valid thing. A lot of times they're not even considered on the report card, and especially African Americans, they don't even allow them to have that. So I'll talk to you about that later.
Well, yeah, great. Send me the people's information, and I'm going to reach out to them for the first 2 weeks of March. The first Wednesday of March and the second Wednesday of March will be dedicated to those that are running for office and us as residents, seeing how they can help us in University Park.
Okay, because I'm doing a forum for judges too with my organization.
Sure.
So
okay.
Donna, I'm sending you Judge Jessica's info now.
Okay, just send me the information, and then I will email them. And is not, if they respond, they show up, they show up. That's it. And I will post that on Nextdoor to say which ones will be in attendance or which group, if it's the judges that's running or whatever. So you will see that information.
Mr. James Young, would you like to add anything to the conversation or say anything? Also, Kim S. and Ms. Hill, would you like to say something in regards to your village?
Well, can you hear me okay, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, well, good evening. And I certainly learned a lot tonight.
Good.
And
Good.
It appears that we've got a lot of work to do. So let me leave it like that because I'm approaching my bedtime. And I've got to be at work at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'll stay in touch.
Well, we thank you. We
Thank you, James.
Kim S. and Ms. Hill, Cynthia Hill. If you'd like to say something, you don't have to, but if you'd like to just voice your opinion on something before we part. And who is 3125? That's probably Mr. Burns. Is that Mr. Burns, Gina?
I don't know. I'm trying to think what his last four numbers are. Is it a 534 number?
No, I don't believe so. They just left anyway.
That's
okay.
That's okay.
All
right. Well, I think we had a good, productive meeting. I thank everyone for joining, especially with those that have the knowledge of the history of University Park, Al McCowan, Elbert Shaw, David, Vivian, Covington, who else that was here? Al Penn, any of them other ones that actually worked in the village. And
John Pate.
Yeah, he was there. He's gone. I'm trying to say the names that I still see that's on. I wanted to thank
okay.
Yeah, he's been loved. But yeah, he was on as well. So all of those that were on that gave us a little bit of the history and knowledge on and how and different suggestions. We appreciate it, and we look forward to if you're able to join next week or the weeks after. You know, the process is trying to make a difference here in University Park, and we're trying to do what we can. So, and then don't forget to send me the information or send information to the email address, and the same thing for the those that are running for office, send that information, and whoever's putting together have information for any type of newsletter to be sent out, send it. And then we're just working everybody together. Anybody else can say their goodbyes, like you say. We hitting on that. We know we keep hitting on these 3-hour, 4-hour conversations.
I think next week is going to be really, really special.
Maybe.
Well, it will. You watch.
Well, thank y'all for permitting me to be on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget, McCann, don't forget to try to send your presentations, do your presentation again, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to call Albert as soon as we're over.
It's a perfect time, especially how things are going right now.
Oh, hey, thank you. Thank you.
All right, then.
Will do.
Right.
All right.
We got to get rid of some of your coffee first.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's, you know, it's a great opportunity to throw his hat in, basically. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. Get rid of her.
I will do it. Thank you.
Donna, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be on as well. And you know,
you're welcome.
We're better together. We're better together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Like a Christian show I watch every day.
All right, you all. If nobody else got something to say, then we could
I want
end
to
this
thank the
meeting.
community Zoom members, all of you all, for holding this meeting and continuing to hold this meeting and holding the line, because a lot of things get started up in University Park, but they don't have the longevity that you all have shown in the dedication and demonstration. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for inviting individuals here, no matter what they have to contribute, and being open and receptive to all sides of either story.
Oh, thank you.
Good.
It's sweet.
Well, okay.
All right. Good night, y'all.
All right.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.